live because someone just texted and was like, "You guys are supposed to be started."
It's not 7:30 yet.
Apparently, but yeah, on YouTube it said 7:15. But all right, so I clicked go live, and I clicked over on YouTube.
It says live on our screen right now.
Yeah, on YouTube I do not see.
Oh, Paul. There's always a huge delay between
our screen right now.
Yeah, there it goes. Hey everybody, welcome to Artist Night at the Bar. I'm Paul Bielaczyc, and Michael's here, and Alan's here, and Todd just ran away.
He's probably like, "Don't embarrass me." Bye.
Yeah, no, it's fine. He's having some trouble with his mic, so he's gonna drop out and come back in and see if that fixes it.
Cool.
Man, look, it's always every Artist Night at the Bar. It's not just Todd. Something happens with someone's tech where you're like, my camera's not working, or my camera is only showing half of my screen.
Try running game demos like online, where you not only are teaching someone your system, but also you're like, you have to download Fantasy Grounds and click this program, and someone's like, "What's a program? Is that an app?" And you're like, "Oh no, what have I done?"
I mean, some of the stuff's like, I think what you guys did with that was great because you let people use whatever technology they knew how to use versus saying you have to use Zoom, for example, you know?
Well, really, that was just laziness on my part. I didn't want to have to teach everyone how to do something. So really, once somebody said, "Oh, I don't know how to do this, you're going to have to do all this for me," I was just like, never mind. There's so much going on. I can't tell someone to do online stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to teach. I mean, just trying to teach people how to use video stuff for just calls with friends and stuff can get frustrating, I guess.
Well, we did the dance party for Aradani Con and then for Jordan Con, and I had 3 monitors set up. One monitor so that I could like keep track of the chat. One monitor was used for the Zoom footage so I could actually see like all the people like interacting and dancing. And then one monitor was on a Chromecast doing a live stream of like a flashing lights disco program to create mood lighting for the dance. And then I had an external webcam set up so that way whenever I walked in front of the camera to like change the playlist, you wouldn't just see my chest. It was yeah, I've never had as much technology connected to my laptop all at once.
Yeah, you pulled it off. You did great.
Oh man. Todd's like, you know what, Todd, the reason we're doing this is that Todd was so bummed out. He's like, "What happened to the Artist Night at the Bar at Jordan Con?" I was like, "No, we didn't have one at Jordan Con. We had one at Aradani Con." He's like, "I know. Why didn't we have one at Jordan Con?" I was like, "Man," Jordan Con had so much on their plate. Like they had so many things scheduled. Like I never brought it up. No one else brought it up. So it wasn't a big deal." And Todd was like, well, I want another one. I was like, I mean, we can do another one, Todd. It doesn't have to be connected to a convention. I was like, we just have to be here and drink.
I mean, does he have a regular mic or he's still having problems with this mic?
Oh, is he messaging us on Facebook?
He's messaging in the chat for this app.
Oh.
No, he posted that right before he left. I guess he's still trying to figure it out.
I would tell him to try to just restart his computer, man. Something's not catching. It's probably
Plus, I think he uses a Mac too, which means I can't give any tech support at all.
It's probably just a driver that didn't load. He's chatted on with his Mac on this app with you guys, right? StreamYard or whatever this thing is called.
Fleagle's the one that pointed me to this. He said he used this for when you guys did the Patreon one at Aradani, and I was like, that looked great.
I mean, they use this for 1FW.
One Fantastic Week.
Yeah, this is their go-to now. Well, because like Google Hangouts one day just decided, we don't want you guys to do any kind of phone calls that make any sense, you know. So I pour myself a giant glass of rum and Coke because I've earned it.
So there's children screaming outside, which is normally at 8 p.m. in our neighborhood. They've started the 8 p.m. howling, which is everyone howls like a werewolf at 8 p.m. But I guess they've now started a 7:30 children go crazy and scream. I don't like. It just sounds like murder outside. There's just children everywhere.
That's interesting. Our building in the city, people do at 8 o'clock where they what is it? They pick a song and then they all try to like shine their phones to the song like they did like is it In the Air Tonight by Phil Collins? Was a song they did like a couple nights ago. And if you just look out the window, you'll see like all these like phones and lights going off and on. I'm just like, y'all need to go play a video game or something, man. Like, if that's what you're gonna do with your time at 8 o'clock at night, I mean, cool. I mean, if that's what helps them relax. Apparently there was a meteor shower the other day and I missed it. You can't really see much in the city anyway, so. Oh, let's see. Yeah, if his microphone isn't showing up in any of the preferences, he needs to reboot.
Yeah. All right. I'm also going to connect this to Facebook. Mike, do you want me to do it on our art page?
Sure.
Okay.
I just shared it again on my page too. Twitter real quick.
They're still screaming.
So, Alan, is your Kickstarter over?
It's over on Wednesday morning. So I'll be on. Sam actually has me on the show Tuesday. So the day before it closes out, he messaged me the other day and was like, when's it close out? And I said Wednesday. So he's like, you want to be on the show? I was like, yeah, that'd be fun. Like it'll be kind of fun to talk about it on the show. Yeah, the Kickstarter is like it's holding. Like everyone says, like the week 2 and week 3 are kind of a slow crawl. Like it'll feel like you're failing because it's so slow. And I just barely funded. I'm at like 12.5, I think. And excuse me. But like I've got like they show that list of like reminders, like people who are like remind me when it ends. So there's a bunch of people on there just waiting, I assume, for that reminder. Because there's like a Kickstarter launching like every like 15 minutes, I think, or something. It's some ridiculous number. So at some point, it's like over 300 and something people are on the click that remind me button. So I'm just really banking on them when it comes through saying, oh, I remember I wanted to help Alan's book out. I mean, I got friends who think like I have 12.5 coming into my bank account. What's up, Todd? Nope.
Can you do sign language, Todd? Nope.
we did read that.
I lip read that one.
Can we control his? Can you like? I don't know.
I can mute him and unmute him.
Yeah, but I'm wondering why it's not showing up his.
I can ban him.
You restarted your whole system?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I had to chase it down in every preference everywhere on the computer. It's ridiculous.
Nice. Well, good job. You figured it out.
Now have a drink.
Now bust out that shot. There it is.
Oh man, he has always such. Well, I guess I have a beer stein. So
I was gonna get a whiskey together, but then I thought if I drink straight whiskey with you guys, I'll be drunk in like an hour. I don't drink that much anymore, so.
I am not drinking liquor again for a while. We made. God, we made mint juleps to watch the finale of Westworld, and I didn't realize that mint juleps is literally like 4 shots with sugar in it.
Oh yeah.
Oh God! So I had a hangover on the Monday after the Westworld finale, and then last week I drank for the dance party, and I woke up on Sunday, and my girlfriend was like, "All right, I'm going to Marietta, Atlanta. Like I'm going to Georgia. I'll see you in a couple days." I was like, "Bye." And then I just laid in bed all day. I was like, all right,
nice.
I'm drinking beer, and that's what I'm drinking from now on. So
water. Well,
I mean, yes. Yeah, water.
Water is the key to successful over drinking.
That's true. Well,
yeah, that's all you can drink. Well, if you're hungover.
Drink a lot of water while you're drinking.
Yeah. Jarvis had a good idea. He said for every drink he has, he drinks a full like 16-ounce glass of water between each drink.
That's what so like when I go to hang out with my friends and stuff, what I do is 1 glass of water for every drink. It's the safest way. Yeah, you'll go to the bathroom a ton for sure, but you will feel less hungover.
Yeah.
Important art stuff being discussed now.
No, absolutely.
How to get as drunk as you can without repercussions.
Well, what I was telling you before Todd finally figured out his mic was, all my friends keep, like I have a couple friends who think I have 12.5 coming into my bank account. And I was trying to, like break down the mathematics. I was like, no, that's all that's gone. Like none of the money you see on my Kickstarter is mine, right? It's got to go to the printer. It's got to go to I have to pay a printer. I have to pay a designer. I have to pay my editor.
Yeah, you got to pay everybody first.
Got to pay everybody, and then if I'm lucky, like obviously, if my Kickstarter was bananas and I made like $100,000, I'd probably have some money left over. But
half of what I got is accounted for already, and we haven't bought everything yet. So
right, and I'm just my goal was get the book funded because I wanted to bring the book. When shows finally come back, I want to bring it there. I want to put it online. I've been working on the book for so long. The goal was to get the book made, and it's done. So cool, I did that thing.
Oh, hey, here's a good thing to keep in mind. Never do a Kickstarter that ends near December.
Yeah.
Elmore one year had it where like they ended up paying him on like the last day of December. But then since he didn't buy any of his stuff to send to people, he essentially had a massive revenue stream for 1 year. And then the next year he had a massive expenses. So like 1 year he had a huge tax bill and then the next year he had a negative. But like,
it's unearned income. He shouldn't have had to pay on it that year.
Oh.
It's unearned income. You don't earn it until you withdraw it, until you've done with it what you promised to do.
Yeah, there's a clause his CPA should have put in that says, I don't pay taxes on this because it's for X. I'm not using it for Y.
Oh. Well, I guess. All right. Well, good to know.
Yeah. I was always told one of the main reasons not to run a Kickstarter around like end of October to like mid-January is because it's during the holidays. People don't have money to spend.
Yeah. Unless you're selling something they want to give as a gift.
Yeah. Unless you're like, Todd Lockwood and you bring out an awesome book, then people are going to fund it. But if you're just Alan Panicle, they're like,
we're hoping to bring out an awesome book. The printers in China are still sending back tags where something snuck into the PDF as RGB instead of CMYK. And who prints from PDFs, man? The world has freaking changed.
I wonder if they did that to like cut corners, but that's not going to really. It's only going to make you want to redo stuff.
No, they want everything CMYK. I mean, they're being very diligent about the quality of their product, which is encouraging. But there's just the designer. He was working with RGB and CMYK, and it was kind of all over the place. And then he did a final pass, and what he missed was typography and hairlines that were RGB. He'd fixed all the pictures, but it didn't occur that design elements might be RGB as well. So anyway, we're still at that stage.
Got it.
Months away from anything.
My printer's local. I purposely picked. Purposely, is that the right word? Yeah, I said that right. Why am I questioning myself? I was like, wait a minute, that's not a word. I picked I have a really good friend that I grew up with who is my printer who does all the artwork that you see the shows and stuff. So when I was working with them to do the book, they made me a pretty good deal. So like when the time comes for the book, the dummy to be printed, they're like 40 minutes away. So I'm just going to drive down the street, look at it. And, I initially did also investigate companies in China. I have friends who have vendors there, but I was only saving like $800. These guys are printing my stuff. They're going to warehouse my stuff and they're shipping everything for me. So it's like, cool. I live in a 1-bedroom condo. I didn't know where to put 1,000 books, and they were like, we'll give you a pallet here, man. Pay us. It's I got a friend deal, obviously. They'll hold it there for 1 year at a time, and then any orders that come through ShipStation or whatever, they'll take and ship out for me. So yeah, I was like, okay. And I did the math because I was like, it might be cheaper to go overseas, but in my case, it wasn't that much cheaper. So,
man, for me, it's easy. Now, I'm not ever working on big books, like they're adventure books. So they're not like art books as far as quality goes. But I mean, so I go through Drive-Thru RPG, which uses Ingram. But I
know Drive-Thru.
Drive-Thru, man, they my reps are always really good there. Like if there's an issue, like, if there's a problem with Ingram, getting someone to talk to me there is like pulling teeth. And Drive-Thru RPG always gets it taken care of. And then after I'm done, I do just upload it to Ingram too, because then Ingram just puts it on all the different storefronts for me. It's like, I never make much, but I'll get like a paycheck every once in a while. It's like, oh, hey, 5 people bought your book on Amazon this month. It's like, oh, sweet.
I mean, I might look into something like that for the PDF version. I was trying to figure out how to control the PDF version of the book.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's something we can talk about later. Look into something like that for the PDF version. I was trying to figure out how to control the PDF version of the book.
Who's that going through?
Not me. That's something we can talk about later. Look into something like that for PDF version.
Todd, are you watching the YouTube?
Yeah.
Who's that going?
I'm muting it. Yeah.
We're all just looking at Todd.
It's
all good.
Are comments enabled?
You have to go to the just pop out the window on YouTube.
If you you should be able to see the comments within StreamYard.
Got it. All right. I just wanted
they are kind of delayed, so things that happen in YouTube will usually take about a minute or so to pop up here. Hey, Brian Hulsey's here. And man, there's a whole bunch of people I recognize here. What's up, guys?
Yeah, well, that's what I wanted to see was who's up and.
You just got to pop out the chat window on the side.
I see a Burdette. I see a Brian Hulsey, a Kirk Tascalo.
No, I am not lit, Sophie, by the way. Sorry, Paul.
What?
Huh? I was responding to something somebody said in the comments here.
Oh
yeah.
No, I'm not remotely lit yet.
Was that Sophie? Sophie was giving you a little trouble while you were gone.
Yes, she was.
James, you asked what we're drinking. I am drinking Sweetwater 420. It's I don't normally like pale ales, but I'm always down in Georgia during this time, so that's what I drink when I'm doing the Georgia Ren Fair. So, in sadness for not being down in Georgia, I wanted to have that tonight.
I forgot how technology works. Someone posted and said, "What is everyone drinking?" And I replied in a text because I forgot that people can hear me when I talk. So I am drinking a Dogfish Head Sequential. It's a pun.
I should have gotten a beer, but I'm drinking just a Captain and Coke with a little bit of. My wife got this like vanilla syrup. It's pretty good. Todd's drinking Sky Vodka straight out of the bottle. Oh,
and having a vodka martini, I see.
Yep.
Chris said he's drinking wine. I can't. I've been trying to get into wine because my friends are like, get bottles of wine. I just don't. I guess I'm not a wine connoisseur.
Well,
Laura and I we're going through like boxes of wine like it was nothing. And I was like, you know what? Maybe we should cut down on this. Also, like, I think wine, like, I like the buzz of it, but man, I'd wake up at 3 a.m. like sweating, and I'm like, what is this? Like, and I wake up at 3 a.m. sweating with a headache, and then I go right back to sleep. And I was like, it only happens on nights when we drink red wine. So
sulfates, maybe. They make my stomach hurt.
Hey guys, just a quick note. I just got a text from Todd. He says he's got to restart his computer.
Oh, you just now got that tab? That's useful. Yeah, that's quite
Past Todd is slow.
Oh my goodness.
No, I sent that before I came back. Before I restarted.
I would assume that you sent it around the time that you had restarted the computer.
Yeah. It's hilarious. Well, it did have to crawl all the way into outer space and back again. So,
but it's okay. We have a Space Force now, so.
Oh man.
I logged in. I mistakenly checked Todd's feed today, and I was just like, "Wow, there's a lot of stuff."
Did you see? I think they made a comedy show out of that with the
Space Force.
Yeah,
with Steve Carell. I think.
What I want to know is, did they like? Because I think the concept of Space Force was brought up like 2 years ago. So did they pitch this idea and be like, oh my God, we're going to make this thing and it's going to be hilarious. And then right before it premiered, it became a reality. And like Steve Carell and them are like, what? Like
he stole our idea.
Well, the idea's been around for a while.
His idea, but we really didn't think it would happen. So,
well, there's legitimate reason to have a presence in space when everybody's beginning to have a presence in space.
Right. Well, and before the Air Force took care of it, like it was all just part of Air Force. So
yeah, I know. It's so. What did everybody's plan for the weekend rather than talking politics at bar night?
I'm going to
stop myself before I get going.
What am I going to do this weekend?
I got two plans. One is to finish the rest of my. I have to finish the rest of the design stuff for Lorraine, so she can basically. I editor has all the stories, so his stories are all done for book one, and then they're going to go to Lorraine next. I have to finish. I do a little mentorship program under Sean Murray, and he suggested I do some spot illustrations for the book. So he gave me some extra work, basically, which it's not a big deal. It's actually a really good idea. So I bought 8. You guys will get. Everyone's going to get like 8 smaller illustrations thrown throughout the book. So I'm trying to get those done this weekend. And then I also picked up. This is a little geeky, but I picked up a little Bandai Millennium Falcon model that I've been meaning to build just to do something relaxing versus always stressing about work. So, Chris will love that. Actually, I showed that to him last time. I'm finally going to build it.
Chris
Burdett. Yeah, I showed it to him on a call last time.
Cool.
I don't know if you guys saw. Oh wait, I forgot I can click this. This is what Burdett said earlier. He forgot that he's not on the video, so he keeps talking to the screen. Which I assume this is what happened with you last time, Alan, right? You kept being like, God, damn it. Yeah.
So when I jumped into that first private call you guys all did, I was like talking. I'm like, can these guys hear me? Then I was like, I'm in the chat.
Also, that as each comment comes in, we see it.
I can pop them all up, but that would be
crazy.
Oh, there's not an option where
there's 2 options at the top there. One says private, one says live. Just switch to the live and you can see the same stuff.
So it will just be the most recent comment. It's not.
Oh yeah, is that on the right hand? My screen is different than your guys' screen, so I can't give you advice.
So if you're Todd, if you're looking at the StreamYard app, the chat,
yeah,
you got it. Okay.
But it was kind of cool having it on the screen.
That's you have to select each one that you want to display like that. So Paul would have to sit there doing it every.
Gotcha. All right. Well, that would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
The wine is always responsible.
The wine.
Mike's got the best background for this
because he's got an actual bar.
An actual bar.
So I'm sitting in my room is a walk-in closet that I converted into an office, which it works. It gets
between Chicago and Nashville.
What's that? Well, yeah. I mean, if I had more space, I told my wife and I were talking about buying a house. Now we're just going to wait till the probably end of year next year because the housing market will definitely drop and we can probably afford it a lot easier. It sucks for some people, but for us, it's kind of a bonus, I guess. But I said, I want a 4-bedroom house. And she was like, we'll get a house with one room that we can turn into half an office for you and half an office for me. And I was like, nah, man, I need my own room. Like, I'm like, an artist needs a studio, man. I'm in a walk-in closet, for Christ's sake. So,
hey, Alan, Chris says, go to your closet.
I read it. You don't have to show it to me.
I guess everyone who's on YouTube can see it too.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
all you did was just really point it out.
I can just click it a couple of times. We can make that the new banner for Artist Night at the Bar.
Go to your closet. Yeah. I mean, it's fine. It's just a little hot in here, but it's all right.
Well, shoot. Well, yeah, it doesn't probably have a vent, does it?
No, I have a friend who's an engineer who had, when I first started building, there's shelves above me. So when I first started building it, he was like, you need to put a hole on the floor here and build a fan to draw air out. And there was a plan to do that, but now everything's, like we can't even hang out right now. So I just open this door if I want to. The door's right here. So if I just open it a little bit, it's fine. But yeah, I have plans to put in at least one vent on just to get air out, So, but I do mainly digital painting these days, so it's not too bad. My Cintiq is right next to me. So.
Oh man, I couldn't imagine painting using like legit paints in a small closet.
Yeah. All the traditional stuff is in storage right now.
Respirator on.
Yeah, well, I've been trying, after IX last year, and talking to a bunch of artists, I started kind of doing a cutout style with my work, trying to get some traditional stuff done. I'm not stressing it though. I'm just having a good time playing around with it because I'm waiting for that aha moment, but I'm also I'm not like, I have to make this happen, because I'd rather just get work done. So I work obviously digitally really well. So I'm going to stick to that for now.
Yeah, I've actually been making new art because I have time. It's nice. I checked the company that does our scanning is open by appointment only. So Monday I'm going to call them up, make an appointment, and get it scanned so I can actually start selling prints of it. So
you go to like a company that just takes photographs of them. Like there's a place out here that like does these high res photographs. Oh look, it's Dan.
Hey, Alan.
There he is.
What's up, man?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Good. How you been, dude?
Like a legit bar in your place, Mike. Holy smokes.
It's all tucked in.
No, they're watching a movie, so I'll have to go tuck them in a little bit.
So, speaking of Cintiqs, Alan, like 3 months ago, I got a 22-inch Cintiq, and I was like, yes. Like, Todd's been yelling at me for a while now because my painting tablet didn't record which way I held the stylus. And so I get that, and then all this happened, and I don't have really room for it on my workspace here. So I'm painting on like a little Wacom, like on the desk, and it's like, it sucks. I just bought this brand new bit of hardware, and I can't use it.
So I'm about to order. It's not cheap. It's like $200, but it's called an Ergotron arm, and you just attach it to your desk, and it holds the Cintiq for you, so you can just float it away when you're not using it and bring it down when you want to draw on it. It should free up space on this desk for me. So
yeah, I'm trying to figure. So like my workspace right now is actually out here at the bar. So everything's on like tables that can be put away from whenever I have parties. So I just don't have anything to hold it together. Though I do have, the other day I was like, I'm working on my laptop, and I was like, man, this monitor it's just so tiny. And I look over, and there's my gaming table that I built that has a 37-inch monitor built in for like when we have miniatures.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen photos of that thing.
I was like, why is that monitor in there? Like, no one's going to use it anytime soon. So I like ripped it out of the gaming table. So now I at least have a big monitor to paint on, which is nice.
You're going to go blind if you stare at that thing.
I have the cheapest tablet in the world that I got for like $50. And then the other day I was trying to use it in Photoshop, and I use Photoshop CS3, and I use this tablet, and they don't work together. And apparently, even though I'm using CS3 in Windows 10, that's too advanced for this tablet. So I have to run CS3 in compatibility mode for Windows XP Service Pack 3 as an administrator, and then I can get the tablet to work.
That's
I work digitally so rarely that it's not worth upgrading any of those things.
Sure.
But I'm like, every now and then I'm like, oh, look, I can finally draw things where it actually has pressure sensitivity.
Yeah, it's like a landslide of upgrade. My Wacom 2 has crapped the bed recently, so I bought a new tablet, and then my operating system on my Mac won't support this new tablet, but updating the operating system is not an option for how old my Mac is, so I had to get a new Mac, and now Photoshop won't work on my new Mac because it's not 32-bit, and it's like, now I gotta fucking subscribe to Photoshop and everything.
I'm in a similar boat because my rig is probably coming on 10 years old.
Same here.
Software is, but it's getting to a point where I'm going to have to upgrade my operating system again in order to function on the multiverse, and then I'm going to lose Painter, and I'll have to upgrade to a new one.
Oh, you'll break your computer too.
Huh?
It'll break your computer if you upgrade to Catalina, Todd, on your old 2011 iMac. No way.
Yeah. I would really rather not have to,
Nope, I know I held out as long as I could, and then I gave in and bought a new one. It's still sitting over there. I'm on my old one because I don't have an old curmudgeon. I don't want to update anything.
I can't use Apple stuff, man, because it's kind of garbage. I built my own PC. I just not messing around.
I'm not that smart.
I'm not that smart either. I just watched. I have a lot of friends who give me advice. I'm just like, what do I do here?
My big problem is switching to a PC is not an option.
Well, I mean, if you're used to a Mac, then I guess I can understand just staying.
Navigate a PC. Yeah, I'm just used to a Mac. It just makes more sense.
Yeah. If you're used to a Mac, then that's the easy.
If you have to know all the secret ways to use your computer, like on a PC, then
sure. I used to do a lot of IT work too, so I think that's why I have the Mac. But you guys should both be able to get educators discounts on Adobe stuff.
I have.
I get you got to email Adobe though, and just you have to have a .edu account, I think.
Yeah, you need a school account, and none of the schools I teach for are accredited. So
if you call one, that's what happens. But if you call them up and talk to a live body and explain the situation, he'll give you the discount.
Yeah. It should only cost you I think it's $25 a month for a year, and then it goes up to $30 after that versus the $50.
Yeah, it's 20 after a year, and then 30 after that.
Yeah, and it's still stupid because you got to pay monthly, but it's better than being on Photoshop 3.2 or whatever.
I'm on Photoshop 6. And
not you. Fine. I'm looking at Paul, man.
CS3.
I reluctantly gave up CS2. I was like, fuck CS6, and now I'm on CS6. I'm like, this is fine. I was fine with 2, and now I've got to do this Creative Cloud on top of that too. Yeah. Any of the figures. Just give me.
David has a question. He wants to know: have any of us tried Affinity Photo?
Somebody just told me about that the other day. It's like $25, I think.
What is it?
It's a drawing app like Photoshop. Apparently, it's competing. Photoshop.
Oh, I think I have Infinity Painter.
No, Affinity.
Affinity Photo.
Affinity.
I might have drunkenly said Infinity. Oh God! And now I'm clicking things.
There you go. Yeah, I know. I was like, wow.
Was it Joe Slusher when he did his painting demo at Aradani Con? He recommended this one program, and it was on sale for $15. And I was like, is it $15 a month or $15 for the whole license? And I was like, oh, it's a lifetime license for $15. I don't even digitally paint, but I might as well buy this program.
Let's see. Affinity is.
I have Infinite Painter is the one I've been using on my iPad.
David's saying it's the best Photoshop substitute he's found. I've been using Procreate too. It's been pretty good.
I just don't want to learn anything new.
Wait, is the name of the app is Procreate?
So on your iPad, there's an app called Procreate.
That sounds like I think they named that on purpose, right? But
Sure.
Oh yeah, Affinity, $25.
Yeah, it's $25 right now. It's $50 normally. Oh, that's not bad. Affinity Photo, David, is that what you're using? Best photo app, so I'm guessing that's it.
Hey, Joe Susha, what's this thing that I bought that I can't remember I bought it?
Nice.
When I was a college student, I used pirated Photoshop, and I said when I make enough money at art, like I'll support them, and their subscription model is actually pretty affordable.
Yeah.
So I pay for the whole suite, and then the thing is with my wife doing a lot of creative stuff, like she uses the whole. You can put it on 3 computers in your household, so she does all of her video editing for acting on it, and then I do it for, book editing and art. So, I mean, I think I pay like $40 a month, which is a lot, but when you think about for as much as we all do here, huh?
59 a month after taxes and fees and everything.
Well, yeah. I get a discount because I have an Asus laptop. Like it gave me a discount when I bought the laptop into getting into Photoshop.
Yeah, without that discount, it's like $600 a year. I don't know. I have a hard time justifying.
Yeah, but it used to be what? $2,000 just to buy a copy?
But then you owned it and you'd pay that off in 2 years compared to what you're doing now. And I sure got more than 2 years of Photoshop out of my CS6 copy.
Well, I will say the one that Mike pays for, I think with fees and everything, it's $54 a month. Because I'm the one that does bookkeeping for Aradani. It's like $54 a month, but it's like everything. So it's not just, back in the day, Photoshop was like, $2 to $3 grand. But with what Mike's buying at $50 a month, it's Photoshop, it's After Effects, it's Illustrator, it's everything. So
every Photoshop product on whatever device I want. So
I think I bought my copy for $60 though.
Well, and the reason I'm using CS3 is I always had Photoshop that fell off the internet in college, and then at some point I was like, we do this professionally. We should probably buy a license. So I went on eBay and I bought a copy of CS3. And then I installed it, and of course, the first thing that happened is it brought up an error, and it was like invalid activation key. And I was like,
it was pirated anyways.
It wasn't actually. It was I must have typed in the wrong letter, and I typed it in a second time, and it all ran perfectly. And I was like, yay! I now own a legit copy of Photoshop.
Dude, when I used to run Photoshop in college, I had to run what was it? Like it was like a fake hack program that did a fake phone call to Adobe, and then it gave you back a serial number. But when I was in art school, we all worked on Macs, and you were able to literally take stuff off that hard drive, just put it on not a zip. What is it? What were they called? Those fat. What is it called? A zip drive. Those fat discs. Remember?
Yeah, it was like iOmega. Was that it?
You just put the files on that, and then you just transfer them over to your machine at home, and they worked, right? And now it's all locked down. But back then, I was just like, don't mind if I do, because I don't have Photoshop at home and I don't make money to pay for this.
When I got my brand new laptop, I realized I was like, all right, I got to install all of my old programs. I was like, all right, I got to put my CS Photoshop 3 on here. And I was like, oh shit, I don't have DVD ROM anymore. So I had to rip the DVD on my work computer, save it as an ISO file, email it to myself, download a program that could essentially mount an ISO file as a DVD ROM, and then install Photoshop from that. And I was like, oh,
that's a hack, man.
But I have Photoshop, and it's a legit copy. What?
I guess another thing for me, because I do so much like self-publishing, where like Lorraine designs a lot of my books, but like when I send them off to the publisher and they come back and they say, because I used to not have the full Photoshop suite. And I'll tell you what, if you have one of these other brands, like one of these other programs, and your publisher says, I need this file in this format, trying to find your free program to get the same settings. It's like I use OpenOffice, but sometimes when I'm trying to get OpenOffice to do something for a company, I want to rip my hair out because I'm like, this does not work. And I'll just open up Word and hope I can get one file to save before Word's, starts charging me or whatever. So for me, I just do. I mean, we literally do. I think we use like 7 of the programs in my household. So it's just there's no way and then Laura's always having questions like, how do I do After Effects? If we're using like a free version of that, like an open source one, you know, we used to run Aradani's website on an open source shopping cart. And then finally, after our like 25th hack from a Russian site that took me months to fix, I was like, we're just going to pay for a solution.
Yeah.
I'm tired of this.
Space, yeah.
Yeah,
I had to view that the hacking like a video game, because it took so much to pull it out of all of our files on the server. And like Aradani owns a lot of websites because I'm silly and I have 3,000 projects. I think the last time I talked to Danny, I own like 29 domains for different things.
Dang.
And so it would like because they're all on the same server, it would keep getting into all these different sites. And I was trying to track it down. and we think it came in because my buddy Danny hosts Larry Elmore's website, and he used to have a guy that worked for him who just like installed anything on his site, and it was like, oh, free plugin for WordPress, install. And so like Danny was like, I'm gonna have to kick Larry off the server, man. But luckily that guy moved on, and he's got a solid crew now. But man, those websites, it just takes one like there's a WordPress. I know this isn't really art related, but sort of, because we ought to run our own websites. But it was a plugin for WordPress that allowed you to hook up your Google Analytics to it. And then a company bought the company that had that plugin, which then allowed them inside 800,000 WordPress sites. And they just uploaded a backdoor through that coding. And WordPress tries to keep up with it, but there's so many plugins.
Yeah, with WordPress, you need to make sure there's like all those plugins don't work with every template. They're just, people create them and just throw them out there, and they're like, good luck. You know, so you have to really like. I stopped using WordPress a long time. Like, I think you know Brian Cullen. He is like amazing with WordPress, but that's all he does for his day job. He works in WordPress websites all day. Versus if I used to do that at a day job, I hated it. You know, I was now I'm like, thank God for Squarespace, because you can tweak one page, and if you break it, you just delete that page. It doesn't break the whole site, you know? So WordPress does have sandboxing now, though. You can do that to save screwing sites up, but I don't miss web design at all. Let's just say that. That's why I
love web design. I hate web maintenance, though.
Yeah, I mean, I used to do this. So I used to work for
like every week. There's some shit I got to update, and it broke my site.
I just like the fact. I wish, like, you know, like when my day job, when I used to have a day job, it was like constantly updating these like government sites. I hated it. But I wish there was a faster way to, like, Squarespace. I love the functionality of being able to just quickly update something from my desktop. But I wish there was a fast way to do it from like your cell phone. You know. Like if you wanted to add something or tweak something,
it's not your cell phones. Jeez.
Get with it, man. I don't know why I said that.
I'm gonna mute this for a second.
No, I mean, I haven't figured. I mean, I need to update my website for sure.
Do what?
You're mixing an actual cocktail?
Todd? Yeah, Todd does.
Is that a gin and tonic?
No, a martini.
Ah.
Vodka and a little. I forgot to bring a shot glass or a measuring thing. That looks about right, wouldn't you say?
Measure.
All right, vodka, splash of vermouth. That's probably good.
Blood.
So are you saying we might go legendary sooner than we expected?
What to make you a martini at a better place? He'll swirl a little vermouth in the glass and then throw it out, and then pour the vodka, the chilled vodka in. You just want the nose, really, of the vermouth. That's all you need. It really is basically a glass of vodka.
Just gussied up a little.
Yeah, with that touch of vermouth.
I just realized that because we're streaming this to both YouTube and Facebook, that we can see comments for everything, but not everyone can see that. So like when someone asks a question on Facebook and then I reply back to it, the people on YouTube are like, what the hell is he talking about?
Huh.
I just realized it was a chat box.
So where is this on Facebook?
It's posted to the Aradani art page.
Aradani art.
You don't have to check that one too, Todd.
No, you're right.
I mean, you might just hear yourself again.
Are on the screen for us. It's everyone else that doesn't know what's like. You should be able to see on the chats if it has a little red icon.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
a
there's an F or a
blue.
it's a red camera. Yeah, there you go. Huh? That's not that fascinating, but there you go.
I know. Well, the funny part is none of us hanging out at a bar is ever fascinating, but people think it is, so they come to these things.
I mean, occasionally an interesting story might pop up, but
I don't know, I feel like usually when we're at a bar, it's a con, and I'm in a different mindset. I am like, I have energy for days, whereas here at home, maybe not so much. At a con, I'm all hyped up from seeing everybody for the first time in a year, and
Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna miss
like normally I hang out with Todd at the bar after Dragon Con, and by then, like, we're just like, I just want to be done. Can I please go home and sleep?
But that last night after the show has ended and everybody's left and it's just those who are still there, that is the best night of
yeah.
the weekend.
After you've already cleaned up your booth.
Yeah, everything's ready to be shipped the next day.
yeah, it is a lot nicer to hang out with that last day.
You know how you've done? Everybody can kind of and have one chill night. That's one of the best nights.
Yeah, usually because you don't have anything to worry about. It's nice.
Just
There's
hanging.
no questioning. You know what you've done for the weekend. You know, you're like, all right, it's done. I can't change it. I'll have a beer and hang out.
Yeah.
Man.
When are we next going to even do a con? Are you guys
Who knows?
actually scheduled?
So there's actually a debate right now going on because Dragon Con sent out their acceptance letters for those that have to like go through the jury, and one of the artists asked them a question. They're just like, so what's the contingency plan? Like, what's currently going on? And Dragon Con is like, we're discussing it, but we haven't come up with anything yet. And so now it's like, do you sign the contract and send them money?
Yeah.
And cross your fingers that like most shows have not been giving refunds. They've just been essentially, if they cancel or postpone the show, they've been paying the money forward to the next year. And I'm pretty much fine with that. But it is kind of a weird thing to think that like if you paid for a show and then that show like I don't know went bankrupt or something else, you're like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the case of Dragon Con, the art show is not the people renting the hotel, so that any funds would be easily refunded. But I know the parade officially, they're not issuing any. The governor's not issuing any permits for public parades or anything. So that
kind of shocks me. I would have thought Kemp would have been like, yeah, Dragon Con parade, that sounds great. You're like,
no, everything else is being canceled out. So it's like, I feel like they can't. So someone was telling me that they can't cancel the show yet because of insurance purposes, right? They have to get permission, which I feel like is also
like natural disaster act of God to get their money back.
Yeah, like or the state has to like say that's because they like I think like for Gen Con it sounds like they're trying to argue like, man, we're gonna get like 100,000 people here. You don't want that.
Yeah,
it's super dangerous.
Yeah, last place I want to be at the end of summer is shoulder to shoulder with 80,000 people in that dealer's hall.
Yeah.
And Gen Con, I know they said if the show gets canceled, they'll just roll us all over to next year, which I was like, cool. Dragon Con, I got that email and I'm just like, if I give you guys my money now, do I get it back or do you guys just keep it like till next year? Like, I feel like if I say no and I don't sign it, then I won't get in again next year, Yeah, so kind of like holding your spot, which is fine.
I didn't receive that letter because I'm a guest of the show, but that means I'm actually contractually obligated. I literally signed a contract to go to Dragon Con. So if they host Dragon Con, I kind of have to go, which I don't know that I want to this year.
Yeah, I did it early before I'd spent any money on anything or agreed to anything.
I think our hotel, like we had to pay, I think, for our hotel up front. So whatever we paid the Sheraton last year, in like during DragonCon weekend, I booked my room for next year. So what's going to be interesting is like if the state says we can't do this, then most hotels would probably be like, okay, we'll either roll it forward or give you a refund. But if the state says no, it's fine if you want to do it, but then like no one shows up to the con, like that's the scary part is like if they say we're doing this and then you go there and there's like 10 people at the show and you're like, well, cool. Yeah. Now no one's here to buy stuff.
Or more likely, the people that are going to show up are going to be the ones that don't believe in all this and are going to be.
You got some great art, Todd.
His track record, it'll probably have fairly good attendance.
Oh my goodness. Today I saw a guy leave Kroger, and as he's walking out the front door, I don't remember if he grabbed his mask and pulled it down like that or if he grabbed the strap and pulled it forward. Whatever it was, after he took off his mask, he just took his hand and went like this. I could tell he was trying to wipe the mask sweat off his nose and mouth, but like he actually pulled his lower lip down with his hand as he brushed it across it. I'm like,
some people just don't remember.
It's everything in Kroger.
The doorknobs.
Yeah. I've got, because of Aradani, I've got like a really fancy like a reusable silicone respirator. And so we have, I have both organic gas cartridges as well as N95 particulate filters on it. So I look like Walter White when I go to Kroger, and I don't give a shit.
Well, yeah, the only thing I don't have is gloves. But, I'm pretty good about not touching my face. I usually clean my hands once I get back to the car.
I'm really good about not touching your face, too.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I'm just pretty good about it in the house.
I mean, I have a habit of, like, stroking the beard once in a while, but it's hard to do.
I bought a box of latex gloves years ago to wear when I'm oil painting, just because it's easier.
Do you wear oil paint? I feel like I can't do that. It's weird to me to have a glove between me and the paintbrush. I like it just to me. I just can't feel the brush in my hand.
I work with charcoal. I literally have to be smearing it everywhere with my hands, and I hope charcoal's not, because man, by the end of it, my hand it's so dirty.
Well, the thing is, I never used them. I've used more gloves to go shopping with than I ever used painting. So,
speaking of painting, have you started the art for your next book yet, Todd?
Say again.
Have you started the art for the next book yet?
The next novel?
Yeah.
No, I got to get it written first so that I know where the pictures belong.
You at with that?
You're breaking up for something.
Oh, probably because my kids are watching a movie.
Oh.
Where are you at with the novel?
Past part one, I'm at about 135,000 words, which for a lot of guys would be a finished novel and beginning on the next, but it's going to be a big book. The last one was 160, so. And I don't think part two will be as long as part one this time. All the heavy lifting's been done, but I'm hopeful that having canceled all the summer conventions, I can get it done by the end of August. I just need to turn down work in between.
Well, when you were writing book 2, when the eclipse happened in Nashville, Todd actually flew to Nashville and had a writer's retreat at Mike's house. And then we drove, Todd and I did a road trip down to DragonCon after watching the eclipse together.
It was fun. That was a great DragonCon. That whole summer I enjoyed staying with Mike and Laura and then riding down with you, and watching a full solar eclipse with my own eyes had been on my bucket list forever.
It was crazy.
It was so cool.
I drove into Tennessee to see it as well. It wasn't Georgia. It was right near the border. I was somewhere in North Carolina, and then half hour before it was about to happen, this cloud moves in. Oh, no. So I grab the kids and I start driving, and the cloud catches up. And so I start driving, and the cloud. it took 40 minutes at like 60 miles an hour, went 2 states away, and then got it just in time. Like found a place to park, and it was perfect.
Oh, good.
I think the craziest part of it
to look at in an eclipse, if you ever any eclipse, whether it's full or not, is watch the dappled light in the shadows on the ground. Because like they normally would be when the sun is out, they will take on the shape of the eclipse. It's so cool. You get all these little crescents moving.
Oh, neat! I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. Like through a pinhole, you get a little crescent.
Actually, wait, watch this. Where is it at? Oh shit! Oh, it was years old. So I actually have our Aradani eclipse board that had different sized holes, so that we can hold it up and then like see the different and pinholes work better than like slightly larger holes.
Right. But you get all those virtual pinholes in the spaces between the leaves, and so their shadows are full of crescents. It's the coolest thing.
Well, and then we also had, like, right before it went to be a full eclipse, all of a sudden we noticed this like weird movement, and we looked up, and there was a wasp nest inside like the corner of our roof at Aradani. And as it got darker, the wasps were all like, "Holy shit!" And like they just swarmed out, and like we're all standing in the driveway. We're like, and they like went crazy. And then the sun came out, and they're like, "Oh, okay, we're done."
The night insects started talking, whatever they are, cicadas. Or...
Cicadas.
Oh yeah, no, it was nuts. I already looked it up. The next one is only like a 4-hour drive from here.
Yeah,
where's that going to be?
Somewhere like southern Indiana is, I think, the closest area to Nashville.
What time is it?
Total eclipse?
Yeah, it's a total eclipse. It's going through sometime during it's like June, maybe.
Of this year?
No. It's in like 2024, I think. But already started planning it. April 8th, 2024.
That's cool. Nice.
Huh.
Yeah, I tried to see how far ahead I could book hotel rooms.
Right.
It's going to hit Indianapolis at 3:05.
Wow.
As long as it's not on a Saturday. I got to work a Ren Fair that day. Hey, April 8th. No, that might be before the Ren Fair even starts. Giddy up.
I'd skip a fair for that. Actually, Ren Fair would be a pretty great place to be during an eclipse, I would think.
Actually, yeah.
Oh, except you have to listen to all like the actors being like, "Oh no, the world is ending." You're like, "Oh,
the end is nigh."
No, you guys haven't seen the line at the Elfear booth. They're like, "I don't care about the eclipse. Just put on my damn ears." And we'd be like, "Yep."
That is true.
You just want to move on to the next thing.
It reminds me of being 16 and working the drive-through at Arby's during rush hour, but it's just an 8-hour day of putting ears on people. It's pretty crazy.
That's funny.
Oh shit! Sophie just said that we can come and crash at her place during the. Well, wait. It's not what she said. Technically, she said, "Geez, Paul, not like you know anyone from Indianapolis," which I interpret as saying we could come and like hang out with her during the eclipse. She could just be like, "I'm in Indianapolis."
Yeah.
What's that? We're all invited?
Yeah.
You heard it here.
I just posted up a comment. There's a website that actually has like it scrolls through each of the states it's going to impact, and it shows you like the best place to be and everything. So like. Yeah, so I think the closest thing to Nashville is Marion or Carbondale, Indiana. So, all right. Oh, man, it even has, for each, cool, as you scroll down, each state has a green line to represent a full eclipse and a yellow line to represent a partial eclipse. Man, all right. Man, this damn eclipse thing got me excited. I did when I was a kid. When we first moved to Tennessee, I think there was an eclipse, a partial eclipse, when we like we had moved here. We were still in an apartment complex, and I remember like my mom did like the paper plate with the pinhole in it, and like I also remember a whole bunch of our neighbors like looking up at the sun like this, and my mom being like, "You can't do that. You're not allowed to do that." I'm like, "But they're doing." She's like, "Don't do what they're doing."
President did it.
Well,
yeah. What was that, like 1984 or something? There was one.
Yeah, it must have been.
Did you say the president did it?
That was also, Paul, the year that the cicadas came out.
Oh
like,
God,
real bad. And
Yeah,
I remember I was so afraid of moving to the South because we're from Detroit, and my dad came back from Nissan, and he was wearing these short blue jean shorts and a cowboy hat and cowboy boots, and he's like, "Yeah, we're moving to the South." And I was like, and my mom was so upset, and I was like, "What's going on?" And we got down to the apartment, and I got out, and there's a little girl playing. She had a cicada tied to a string. I'd never seen a bug that big, and it's flying in circles. She's just holding on to it. And I was like, "Hi, I'm Mike." And she goes, "I'm fixing to go down the store, get me a radio." And I went back to my mom. I was like, "I don't know what's happening here." There's giant bugs on strings, and the woman talked backwards.
We had the really big cicada outbreak right after we moved here, and it was the first year, and I don't see them as often anymore, but it was big, like green iridescent June bugs, and they would just like, so there were cicadas everywhere, and then there's these giant beetles that were iridescent green that would just dive bomb you and hit you in the head. You're like, I don't know what is going on. Like, I just moved from Michigan, and things are fucked up here. And we're still in Nashville, so the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't get a lot of. I guess we don't get a lot of bugs in the city, so good for me, right? We get giant. What we do get though on our buildings are giant spiders. The higher up you go, like have you guys ever been to Chicago? Anyone? No.
Yeah.
Go up to the view. I think it's 90th floor or something. There's like huge spiders up there, like $50 size spiders. And they say the higher up in the high rise you go, the larger they get. Like if you look out our window, there's some big ass spiders hanging around out there right now.
Eating birds and
not quite that big, but I see the stuff they eat. But I'm like, man, when my wife wants to open the window, I'm like always like, they're gonna go through the screens and come inside. I hate spiders.
We have lots of spiders. They don't bother me.
Spiders give me the heebie-jeebies, man.
I don't
like snakes, no problems. Spiders, fuck that shit. Oh, can I swear on here?
I don't kill spiders.
Apparently so.
Apparently,
I found a black widow the other day, and I killed that shit.
I would kill a black widow. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I used to worry about the brown recluse spider in Colorado.
You had them?
We had them. I never saw one, but I would wear gloves if I went into a wood pile or weeding anything. Or
yeah. Oh no! If I see a spider in here, I'm like, it's dead. My wife would prefer I carry it outside, but I'm like, nah, man. If it comes in the condo, it broke the treaty. Stay outside. You come inside, you're dead. Like
just wandered off the reservation.
I'm like, you see me, man. Don't come in here with me. But now, my kid waves at him now.
Our basement here, we have a big backyard with lots of like trees for being in the city, but so we have these wolf spiders in our basement, and we they don't hurt people, and they like supposedly eat brown recluses, so we just let them live. But they must get some good eating down in our basement because we have a couple of them. We had one, we named her Shelob after Lord of the Rings. She was so big. I took pictures of her one time. She was chilling on the wall, and I took a bunch of my D&D miniatures and lined it up like they were fighting her. She was at least like her leg span was at least 5 inches. Wow. I mean, it's massive, but like, if she's eating the brown recluses and keeping my house clean, but one time one of the big ones got up to our bedroom, and we just redone the upstairs. It was like 2 years ago.
I can hear
so we're moving everything from the basement back up to upstairs. And I woke up and I was like, what is that hand doing on the curtain above my head? And I realized it was one of the wolf spiders. And like Laura had gone out for a free mead tasting that night. So she was like, we had a Ren fair the next morning. There's a giant spider over my head, and my wife is drunk / hungover. And I had to wake her up and try to capture this thing because my only worry was when we redid the upstairs, we added another 400 square feet. I'm like, if this thing gets free, I'm never going to be able to sleep up here because I always know it's going to be somewhere. So I've got to get it, you know? And like, we're running around in our underwear and I'm moving the bed out and like Laura's like, what is even going on? I was like, because I didn't want to kill it too. And that was the big thing was I wanted to capture it and put it outside so that way it could eat squirrels or whatever it was going to eat once I got it out.
Squirrels? Yeah, great.
But it was an hour long fight in my underwear. I gained 25 experience from it. And when I finally got it, it was too big for a cup. I had to get a big Tupperware. Okay. And I pulled the curtain, kicked the window open and like threw it out the window. And I saw it like just fly out into the darkness. Like to go kill some large rodent or something.
That's too much, man. I remember when I was like, I want to say I was like 12 and I was in India. My mom's house had this like giant like tarantula sitting on the steps. And I remember my sister and I were just staring at it. And I was like, my dad had Raid that he brought with. I'm like, oh, get the Raid. And I just sprayed it. And the spider just sat there and just got soaked in Raid. And I was just like, oh, okay. And I was like, give me a shoe. And it like ran up the wall and into this crack in the wall. And I was thinking, man, we're sleeping up there. And it was just soaked in this Raid. And I remember when I finally found it, one of my cousins used one of those, those barbecue lighters on it because he was just like, this is a solution, right? And I was like, no, because now you have the spider on fire running around the room. It was bananas. And then I didn't want to spend the night there. I was like, I don't want to stay here anymore. And my mom, I remember, was super mad at me. She's like, it's because we're poor, right? It's because we're poor. And I'm like, no, it's because you got giant fucking spiders running around the house. And
all right, I
don't know where the rest of this thing's family is now, like it's coming for me, like I'm the one who started this shit, man.
Right. You're forgiven for not liking spiders.
Yeah. I remember my cousin ran in the room with a broom and hit it and then scooped it up and just took it out. And it was so casual. Nobody in the room was freaking out but my sister and myself. They were just like, oh, this kind of stuff happens all the time. But I don't like spiders, man.
Yeah, can we share a screen with this thing? I found a picture of the big spider.
Oh man, I'm just gonna look away. Let me know when I'm done.
All right. What does it say? Your entire screen share. All right. So there it is with my D&D minis. You guys see that?
Nope.
1 second.
Oh, I wish I didn't look.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I don't know about 5 inches, but he's big.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Yeah, you take notice of that spider. That's for sure.
Yeah, you'll take notice of something that big in the room with you.
Sorry, Alan.
That I can at least look. I mean, it's like you guys are so like as a kid, I hated spiders, and I remember my cousin let me It. Have you ever read Stephen King's It?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's first off, I'm afraid of clowns, so he lends me this book about a clown trying to kill kids. So, and I'm like one of these people that's like, I know it's going to scare me, but I want to read it still because I really liked horror and I like Stephen King, right? So I'm like, I'm just going to finish it. And I thought, whatever, there's this killer clown and it's a little freaky. But then its final form is a giant freaking spider. And I was like, amazing. That's like 2 of my biggest fears in one book.
Well, I did one piece of art that had
yeah, there's a clown there too. Great, good job. It's like we planned this shit. Yeah, clown spiders. Yep.
Alan, I promise the next time Dragon Con happens, I will Photoshop your head onto that piece of artwork and bring a copy to you.
I'm a scared kid.
I don't think I've ever painted a spider or a clown.
Really?
I mean, that's probably a good thing.
Well, no, I have painted little spiders as elements in a
Spider
painting.
monsters, maybe. But yeah, I don't know if I've painted a clown either.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever painted a
Sad
clown.
clown paintings. Bring them back.
Oh wait, Jimmy asked if there's a third variant, and finally I can share something that Alan won't hate.
Oh, okay. Let's see what the third variant is.
The third one is a little bit more normal.
Oh, that's cool.
Just creepy dude.
Oh, nice.
I know.
That kid's gonna grow up to be a killer.
That was my ex-girlfriend's son. She had 3 kids, and they were 8, 6, and 4. And I was like, I came up with this piece of artwork. I need to get a picture. I was like, you're reaching, like you're trying to go into the basement. Your mom sent you to go get something. You got to reach around and flip on the light switch, and your finger touches something that's not a light switch, and you don't know what it is, and you're kind of scared. And like the oldest daughter, I took pictures of her, and I was like, she just doesn't have like enough fear. The middle son, every time I told him to look scared, he just crossed his eyes, and I was like, damn it, that doesn't work. And then the littlest, I don't remember what I took probably 30 pictures of each one, and I don't know what I said to him for that particular picture, but the look on his face, and I was just like, yes, I just terrorized a child. I was like, I'm making that into art. Oh.
You got anything you can share, Dan?
Things I could share. Let's see. Do I have anything I can share? Man, it's been a busy ass week. I'm sketching for a new job right now. Handed in sketches this morning for a Bane job that I can't share yet. Handed in a final for Ace yesterday. No, the day before yesterday. Let's see. What do I have that I can actually...
I never have much anymore because I steal time to write.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what I haven't posted. I think a lot of stuff is just still under NDA.
Right.
NDAs don't exist anymore in COVID times, right?
Yeah. Streaming on YouTube.
Yeah, who's going to come to my door and serve the papers?
Somebody crazy enough to come out there with a mask on for sure.
These things make people happy and bring joy to people's lives. You can. Yeah, I don't think
it just handed in today. I guess that's legit, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how to share though.
There's a screen share button at the bottom.
Put it up on your screen and share screen.
Desktop, which is a fucking nightmare. You'll judge me.
Click on share screen, and then up at the top there'll be a thing that says your entire screen, and the second option says application window.
Okay.
You click on that, and then you can choose a specific thing.
Screen sharing is easy with 2 monitors.
Yeah, just ignore that.
Mm-hmm.
You just won't be able to see our pretty faces while you're sharing your screen. All right. This is Dan's.
Ooh.
Oh, cool.
Oh, okay. Thumbnail.
I rejected sketch today. I did a painting not too long ago of a guy kind of floating above his hat, looking into the hat, and this is the sequel to that book, or not the sequel. This is
Okay.
Decidedly not be the sequel for that.
I don't think I remember the first one. We're not sharing on the list.
I know, and I saw your email, and I meant to immediately reply with everything I've been working on, but it's been insane. It's been like there's like no even breather to. Did I stop effectively? Did I do that right?
Yeah, you stopped it.
I closed it down.
Oh.
And
yeah,
I'm getting.
I've been on the same email list of illustrators and friends for 15 plus years.
It's been like no joke, like 12 years or some shit. It's been no longer than that. It's got to be longer than IMC, so it's like 15 years, which is kind of nuts.
Time, and that was before Instagram and Facebook, and we were kind of each other's sounding boards. And
third of my
media has expanded. We talk less in that list. I really miss it.
I still check them every day, and I still think of you guys every day. I just have been bad about sharing because I feel like I'm always
Me too.
Struggling to get it in on time. That input doesn't even matter at this point to me because it's like, oh fuck, I'm staying up all night just to get this thing done, let alone change this thing. So,
right.
And then I feel like sharing it afterwards is kind of moot because it's like, here guys, here's like maybe not moot. It's showing what I've been working on, but it's kind of too late for input at that point. No.
So do you guys think this is something we talked about at Aradani a little bit? Do you think like this quarantine has changed your views at all on like art and writing or anything like that?
It only makes it feel more imperative to me is all, if anything. I mean,
yeah, that's a good way to say it.
I think we should
stuff
do
I'm
this.
working on that I want to finish is still important for the same reasons, maybe even more so, because it was always sort of a personal comment about stuff anyway. And, you know, I should stop myself before I get in too deep, but to politics or anything else. But yeah, it all feels a little more imperative now than it did. Like there may be a window. I said to Rita this morning, you know, depending on what happens and how the virus affects us, it's possible we're about to spend the last year of our lives together. If one of us catches this thing and dies, this could be our last year together. That's kind of scary.
It is crazy. I actually kind of been enjoying the quarantine. I feel like we should do this every year for a month. Just like something about it has been really cathartic. I feel like all I have to do is worry about my house and my land, and my kids and my work, and that's it. Like
it is kind of stressful. Like if I have everything together for a show, but I do miss the shows. You know.
Well, you do a lot of shows, don't you?
I've been cutting them back a lot. Like this year, I only have 5, 6, mainly because of that. Right, last year I think I did like 9, and that was too many. And
I do feel that was too many.
Yeah, I've been trying to cut them all down to just like the ones that I do better at versus the ones I just do okay at, because I want to spend more time working on the stuff, my art, versus constantly being on the road. Also, now that I have a baby at home, I don't want to be away for I don't want to be home for a month and I'm gone again for like a week and a half. Then I'm back for a month and I'm gone again. Yeah. Steven saying he did 15. Dude, there was one year where I was working remote, and then I was like, let's just figure out how this thing goes. I did I think it was 18 or 19 shows, which is bananas.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was way too many. But what I figured out from that was which shows I did really good at versus which shows I did just kind of okay at. And I immediately just cut a bunch of shows off my list, But
having a baby at home makes it sound like it's not your baby, Alan.
Oh no, that's not how I meant it.
I have a baby.
I'm just stuck with a baby. No, I just mean it was like everyone's like early on when I used to go to shows when she was like 3 months old, people were like, "It's fine, man. She's not gonna forget you. Just go do your show and come back." I'm like, it's not a matter of her forgetting me. It's a matter of I really missed not being around her.
I do forget you. Speaking of, it's my kid's bedtime. I gotta go tuck him in. I'll be right back.
So it's it's been kind of nice not the one thing I've taken away from it is I need to focus more on like online sales and stuff, because I feel like I'd rather be able to stay home and then make art and make the sales online versus constantly having to go work a show. And if I do go work a show, I mean, it would be nice if that was like the bonus money that I make, right? That's the extra. Like, hey, I'm having fun at this show. I'm hanging out with my art friends. I made some extra money, but that's not my main. Like a lot of artists I speak to, the shows were their main income, and I feel it's really impacting them, right? Because they were banking on shows, and they're not.
Is it hurting you guys, Paul, Mike?
Oh yeah, I mean we've with no Ren fairs, like we're not doing wholesale. We're not, we until this is over, until people can go to fairs. I mean, now we're still doing pretty good online. We're doing enough to keep the lights on, but not enough for us to have any paychecks or anything.
Yeah, we had to furlough everybody for the foreseeable future.
But mentally, what I've realized, and this isn't really like for Aradani as much, but like, you know, like Paul and I have 2 full-time jobs. Like we work 40 hours a week making ears, then we go to the shows to sell them, and then we make the art as well. And then, you know, I'm stupid enough to write a book too, write books. And like these 2 months, like Laura and I were talking, it's like,
I feel you, Mike.
Man, our life at home is like so good right now. Like I cook every night, like a really good meal. We walk around the backyard. I've weeded all my gardens. And what I've realized is like there's this pressure. Like let's say you go to one show in wherever USA, then you feel pressure to always go back to that show every year because they always want you back. And I love going back. But like that one year that Paul and I looked it up and we did like 38 weekends of shows, you know, and then working 40-hour weeks. I just realized that like this pandemic has given Laura and I a reason to go, all we care about is ourselves, and we're going to sit at home and eat. Laura's started playing a video game for the first time ever. We sit around and drink wine and play video games together, and we like make silly jokes. And I just realized that she was doing a stay-at-home acting seminar where it's a guy who's been in a ton of stuff, but I don't know his name. But he teaches out in LA, and he said, yeah, I almost got Steven Spielberg to come into my class the other day for my, you know, like months back. And I asked my students like if they would bring their A game, and they said yeah. And he said, well, then you guys can get the fuck out of my class, because if you're not bringing the A game every night, you're only bringing for Steven Spielberg, then you're not doing it, you know.
Nice.
And what I realized is like I feel this pressure to always make all this art and be at these shows and show new stuff and do this. It's got to get better for all these other people. And the past few months, I've just been making art for me, and I don't give a shit about other people.
Yeah.
And I'm having fun painting. Like I just want to be in my cave, you know, and I got the benefit of hopefully when Aradani picks up again, you know, I'll have a living again. But I've just been mistaking so many different things. Like maybe I just go in and I make elf ears and I come home and I paint and like fuck everything else. If you like my art, go look at it online, you know. I mean, I've said for years on my books, I would actually make more money if I gave them away, which is true. I spend so much money marketing and paying other people to do stuff. If I just did some art, put out a book every couple of years and gave it away, I'd end up in a better place. But then I thought, why do I even care if people see it? I mean, I'll still put out stuff. I don't think I'm going to quit showing my work. But it's this freedom of saying, like, there's all this stuff that has been built up into our culture. Like, oh, I did a sketch today. I have to put it on Twitter. Then I have to do it here. And I have to do it here because I'm prepping for the show that's prepping for this Kickstarter. And all that's gone. Instead, I'm just like, oh, I just have to make dinner and play a video game tonight. And then wake up and make some art in the morning. You know, it's like, I don't know. It's really changed my mind. And I realize how much has been weighing on my back.
Yep.
As we've gotten, you know, as Aradani's gotten busier and bigger and stuff.
I've gotten more time, quality time with my boys in the past 2 months than I think in the past 3 years combined. It's been
Yeah.
And it's having people that are not going to school. So it's like having, like, I work from home. It's like having coworkers. It's nice. There's people walking around the house all day.
Asking questions all the time.
I got out of my pajamas, mind you.
I actually, I don't know why no one gives a fuck, you know. Like,
I'm working like my normal art space is in my living room, so I have the TV going as like background noise. And like 2 weeks ago, we saw a hummingbird in the front yard, so I bought hummingbird feeders. And so now, as I work on art, every now and then I just look up, and there'll just be a hummingbird feeding at the feeder on the front door.
Nice.
So I actually set up, I was busy today, so I wasn't able to do it, but I set up my GoPro on a suction cup on the other side of the window. So tomorrow when he comes to eat, I'm totally going to I've got a remote control so I can start it remotely. And I'm going to totally shoot a 4K video of a hummingbird. I'm excited.
Oh, nice. Do slow-mo.
No, I don't know if it's a cheap knockoff GoPro. It's like an Off Pro.
And Paul's got to filter it through a 2001 copy of Photoshop, and then he's got, you know.
That's how the computer finally crashes.
So when I turned 40 last November, my girlfriend wanted to know what I wanted to do for my 40th, and we decided to go on a cruise. And I asked a bunch of my college buddies if they wanted to go on a cruise. So I got to go one of the last cruises of the world. So that was fun. But we
didn't catch the coronavirus.
No, because it was in November, thank goodness. So but one of the things is we stopped in Grand Turk, and they had an option where you could actually go scuba diving and you didn't have to be certified. You had to essentially go down with an instructor, and you couldn't, like, whatever the instructor told you, the rule was if you disobey your instructor, you're done. Like, surface, there's nothing else you get.
Your hose and leave you to float.
But we did it, and it was a blast. And so I was like, I need to get an underwater camera for this. And I was like, do I want to spend $300 on a GoPro? And then I found this like $50 knockoff on Amazon that had a ton of reviews. And I was like, you know what? Sure. It's $50. Who cares? And I shot some amazing stuff like diving. So, and it came with every possible adapter that you can imagine that normally when you buy a GoPro costs you an extra $100 to get all of those widgets. And like, I have everything. Like, I have a helmet lock because we ended up doing another thing where we were jumping off of waterfalls, and I actually mounted it on top of my helmet and shot video of us jumping off waterfalls with this thing. So was that, are we sharing what we're currently imbibing?
I'm still drinking the same thing.
That would be Tito's if I could afford it.
Yeah, but you gotta use Tito's for your hand sanitizer, man. Don't use Tito's for hand sanitizer. No, I think you could use Everclear, right? Like, you could make pure grade hand sanitizer.
You could just watch your hands.
Be like,
I think someone left some Everclear over here. Maybe I've got some hand sanitizer and didn't even know it. Weird booze I get that people leave here.
I have found that I've got more time to work on, like things I've been wanting. Like, I'm learning Blender right now on the side, which is 3D software, which, back in the, Ron, I mentored Ron Lemon too every once in a while for stuff. And he had told me to try using Blender to create my landscape pieces and then bring it into Photoshop and do my lasso tool trick to get the depth and perception down. And initially I was like, I don't want to learn a 3D program, man. Like, they're always a headache, and there's so much crap this thing does. But I've been messing with it for about a month, and it's actually pretty fun. So I stand corrected, and last week I finished a couple things in it, which, like I said, I have the time to do it now. So I'm literally not stressing getting supplies and stuff together for a show. I'm like taking my time to make a piece of artwork versus rushing it. That's a good feeling,
I've been much less terrified by deadlines the last couple of years.
Sophie wanted to give you a compliment, Todd.
Oh, thank you, Sophie.
That's true.
I don't do it like this every night.
No, I definitely. So my drinking has gone down a ton. I've dropped some weight, and I think that's because I don't go out drinking all the time anymore. So, my wife, she's like, you don't go out drinking, you're not eating junk food like outside. Everything we're making is at home. I've been learning how to use do you guys know what an Instant Pot is?
Yeah,
it's a little scary to use, but once you figure out,
it could blow up.
It could blow up. Exactly. I'm like staring at it from like 20 feet away. Like,
put it in a cupboard. Make your food, shut the door, and
oh, that's not dangerous at all.
Or if it explodes,
it needs to breathe, man.
Oh, well, then don't put it in a cup.
Yeah.
Put it on your back porch.
Yeah, I live in
a back porch. You're in a condo.
I'm in a high-rise condo. I have no back porch. I just put it in the corner of the kitchen.
Put it in the hall.
I stay out of the room when I just don't go in the kitchen while it's cooking. And when it's done,
out in the hall.
Speaking of fun pieces of like appliances to make food, the other day was like, I kind of want to make ice cream, and I was like, do I want to buy an ice cream maker? And my friend Megan was like, you don't have to buy one. I have one in my attic that I used once and then never used again.
Oh, wow.
And I started Oh my God. I made rose. I bought my house. The front porch has this amazingly like fragrant rose. So I distilled rose water and made rose petal ice cream. And now I'm going to make pistachio ice cream. And then I'm going to make almond vanilla. It's so bad. I'm going to gain so much weight, but I love ice cream now.
Have you tried like coconut milk ice cream?
Yeah, well, the recipe that I found for the rose ice cream involved 1 cup of milk, 3 cups of heavy whipping cream, 6 egg yolks, and a cup of sugar, and it was delicious.
It was delicious, I'm sure. Yeah.
It was. At one point, Cassie was eating it, and then I was like, "You do realize that like there's probably like 4,000 calories in that container you're holding?" She was like,
"Yeah, I'm finding like junk food is the easiest thing to." Like I'm eating a lot of just stuff. It's like, I didn't know I had Pop-Tarts in the cupboard. I'll eat one of those.
I just like my kids have been eating Pop-Tarts. A package of Pop-Tarts, like 2 Pop-Tarts together, is like 80 grams of sugar.
Yeah.
Insane fucking amount of sugar you're eating. And I don't know how people quantify that as breakfast. It's so
I was like, I don't know how anyone eats this for breakfast. I eat like it's like a snack, if anything. But I'm like,
now my kids are eating Pop-Tart ice cream for dessert, as if ice cream was Pop-Tart flavor.
I mean,
if you have it for breakfast and you're going to run a marathon, it's something else.
Your kids are living their best life, man.
Laura actually made homemade Pop-Tarts last week because she doesn't like buying anything from the store. And she made like savory ones with like cream cheese and jalapenos in them, and then like normal ones. And so we're in the middle of like one of those one of the new late night video game playings. We've had 3 glasses of wine each, and she's like, "We need some Pop-Tarts." And I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "These are so good." She goes, "Yeah, because I used 2 sticks of butter for 10 of them." And I was like,
"What game is it you guys are playing, Mike?"
Oh, it's a weird indie game. It's called Conan Exiles. It's a Conan game, and it's like sort of survival and building. And Laura's just all about exploring. She's just all over the map, exploring, climbing around. But we made a server with a bunch of local friends here. So like basically every other night we're on there with a digital chat like this. So we're talking with our friends while playing in a game. So we get that like feeling of like, oh, we're out at the bar hanging out.
Oh, that's nice.
Sure.
So the social distancing has been a lot easier for us because we just see our friends almost every night. But we're all way buffer and running around with swords, killing things. So
we've been trying to like my friends and I play. We play a lot of Destiny online, but lately we've been purposely picking different games, like where it's not just running around first-person shooter. Like let's do some like adventure type. I told you I was playing Diablo, but like I got a couple of my friends to play Dungeons and Dragons now. We just all get on a Google Meet call like this, and I've been playing D&D. I've been doing the DM stuff for the first time. I've never DM'd.
Oh, nice.
It's a little stressful because I'm like, am I doing this right? But like,
out of it. Like, you're the person who makes it fun, but I feel like it's fun out for you a little.
My friend told me this morning, I was talking to the group, and he was like, stop stressing, like if you're doing it right or wrong, stop trying to rely on the book so much to get things done right. He's like, storytell and wing it, man. Because I would be like, is this what I'm supposed to do? It's like,
as your players are having fun, who gives if they're supposed to roll a D20, but you instead let them do something just because you think it would be cool for like story wise, who gives a crap?
Right.
D&D just totally appealed to my storytelling muse, desires, instincts, whatever.
Yeah.
I was all in for having fun and entertaining my players. Scaring them if I could, killing them if possible.
I mean, they like
out my kids not brushing teeth, guys. I gotta run and go take care of my boys.
All right,
man, later.
Right. Thanks for having me.
If you get bored, we might still be here later, Dan.
Thanks for coming.
Take care.
I mean, I had like so they're all playing D&D for the first time as well. Like they've never played. Versus, I used to play with my friends, but I never DM'd. So we've been using like D&D Beyond, and then I got a little bit into Roll20, try to get them to figure that out. But it's fun. The first round was funny because they almost died to a bunch of goblins, and I was like, "You guys can't die the first game." Like team up, do this, use your spells. It was fun. It was fun. We all had a good time though because we're all learning. So,
have you heard of Matt Colville, Alan?
Matt Colville?
Yes.
No.
Okay, look him up. He's on YouTube.
Okay.
He has a whole channel that's talking about like how to be a good game master, a good DM.
Okay.
But he's also a good guy to pay attention to because the guy is like, I mean, he's really good. Even after years of game mastering, I still learn something every time I watch him. But he did a Kickstarter, so he's been doing this channel for a while, and then he did a Kickstarter for a D&D book, a source book, and he brought in, I think, close to $2 million on his Kickstarter for his first book. So you guys, Laura's sneaking in to grab the mixing glass and trying to stay off camera. I'm not just looking at my crotch weirdly. But anyways, so like I look at
Kilroy, Laura, just peek over the top of the bar there and say hi.
She's back off to whatever she's doing on the back
porch.
But I love watching his show for like GMing stuff because I mean there's a lot of stuff that I thought I was a good game master, but then I watched his stuff and I was like, oh, I didn't understand why this worked, or I didn't understand why this didn't work.
Right.
And his stuff is good. It's quick. And it's really good to have on in the background when you're painting. Like both me and Sam Flegel are like, fans of this guy's.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'll look that up. Yeah. I mean, like the base of like a lot of my knowledge for DMing comes from just watching Critical Role, right? But those guys, like, that's all they do. So it's like there's, like I've got a couple artist friends who are so into D&D, like they know everything about it too. Like it's like talking to your friends who know sports too well, and it's like, I don't know what you just said, like, so.
Mike, type his name into the chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I lost it almost as soon as you said it.
Well, and Alan, it's funny that you were talking about like, as you're DMing, like, what do you do about the rules? So we used to play, like, I used to play with Mike. We would play 3.5, and like sometimes the rules would get so convoluted, and then we switched to Pathfinder, and it was like Pathfinder tried to simplify things and then started getting more convoluted, and that's why actually Mike made Sagaborn, was specifically because he was like, I want a system where like when it comes down to it, there's just essentially a basic rule that says, if you don't want to deal with something or don't want to remember it, just do this thing, and then you have it like, taken care of. So he did what are called heroic actions. The idea of heroic action.
Oh, look who got in.
If you want to do something, instead of having like, I always use grappling as an example, because grappling and CMB and all that stuff, I'm like, I don't know what any of this is.
Right.
So, Chris.
What's up, Burdette?
Word. They'll let anyone in here.
There we go.
I mean, like,
high five everybody, Paul.
Okay.
Mike.
Mike can't reach his camera.
Alan.
All
right. Don't leave me hanging.
Of course, Paul, that argument doesn't really work anymore about Sagaborn because 5th edition is pretty solid, very open-ended.
Yeah. We've been playing 5th edition because.
Well, to be fair though, you came up with the idea for Sagaborn, and literally, like, I think the same year that you released Sagaborn, 5th edition came out, and it was like, God damn it.
I mean, it's fine. It was a way to launch my world out into things, but I've gotten to know 5th edition a lot more because since we all have a little bit more time, Sam Flegel's had his, like, we have a game session where he game masters, and it's now a weekly thing because he's like, yeah, what else do I have to do but write games for you guys? So I've gotten to know 5th edition pretty well, and it's definitely way more magic and stuff, which is a lot of fun. But the system is really simple, and now that I've designed a game system, I can see what they're doing, and I'm like, oh, they did this because it gives players less choice, but there's less chance of things breaking. Like there's a lot of choices when you're building up your character, but it's not like Pathfinder or 3rd edition where it was just this charts upon charts upon charts. It's just, nope, this is the way it is. And,
Yeah, and that's I used to play 3.5, I believe, with my friends when I was like in college, and it was always so tough for me to remember all the rules. I always had to look to my books for, what do I do here? And with 5, I got the starter pack first, and then I just read through it real quick. I'm like, okay, that seems easy enough. And then I picked up the Waterdeep campaign, which is what they'll play after this one. Because initially I was going to write to Waterdeep, and I'm like, let's all ease into this. Let's not try to rush this process. Because I was like, if you guys don't like it after the starter pack is 5 adventures. I'm like, if you guys hate it, then at least we figured out you don't want to play this ever again. And I still have other friends who play it, so it's not like, I'm going to be so sad not playing. But I just want to do something where we can all get. So this group of friends I play with, we used to get together once every 3 weeks for tabletop gaming because we're always online playing video games. I'm like, and that's so like, everyone's on a headset or in their own homes, but it's like nice to get together with your friends. And now we can't do that. So we're like, let's just at least try to get together on a video call and hang out, just so we can at least see each other, So these are dudes I grew up with. So it's kind of nice to see them all. Kind of sucks that we can't be in the same room, but it is what it is at that point, So, but yeah, like video game wise, I've been trying, you guys know Eli Manaya, and we've been playing I played a little Monster Hunter with him. That game is insane, and he's so good at it. And I'm just going to stand here and die, I guess, I got wiped out, man. And he's like, if you die 3 times, we both get kicked out. And I'm like, great. I'm going to die 2 more times, just so you know, I was like, I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't play keyboard and mouse. Let's just start with that, So.
I haven't played 5th edition. I really have no idea.
It's super
3rd edition felt like a major step up from AD&D and 2nd edition AD&D.
Would you guys say 5th edition is a little more watered down?
No, I would say that it's simplified and it's streamlined. It looks at what people want out of D&D right now, and it gives them exactly that.
It's designed so new players can have a good time right from the get-go.
Yeah, 3rd edition I feel was like they look back on 1st edition and 2nd edition. They said, okay, everyone's been playing, but the rules haven't really ever been explained and everything. And then 3rd edition came out and they're like, we're going to explain everything. Oh, your character needs to use the bathroom. Oh, there's Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, I wasn't trying to be that weird earlier.
So good to see you.
I didn't want to be weird earlier. I was just crawling into my husband's crotch off screen.
Yeah. All of a sudden I'm like,
Police Academy movie.
Don't go away.
Oh God! Now Asha, now Asha and Laura are about to have a conversation.
Was that Oscar earlier?
That's Dan.
No, that was Ava, Oscar, and Booty at the end.
I miss Oscar so much. Please
What are
kiss
you up
Oscar.
to, Laura? What are you up to, Laura?
Experimenting with drinking. Every night.
Well, I mean in general, not right now.
What?
I mean,
in general.
Oh. Well, I've been filming a lot of scenes in the house to try to make a reel for myself since there's not a lot of stuff happening in the acting world right now. But I don't know. Been focusing on that and staying in class.
Yeah, well, we're all doing what we can do.
Yeah.
What about you, Chris?
I'm playing a lot of Skyrim. And I'm desperately trying to get a D&D piece out the door to my art director. So
Wait. Why are you playing Skyrim when you could be playing Breath of the Wild?
because I didn't want to get into a game that had a lot of stuff to do.
Why are you playing Skyrim if you're desperately trying to get a D&D piece out the door?
Well, Skyrim was cheaper when I got it. It was on sale and over the holidays, and I needed a gateway drug into Breath of the Wild.
Dude, I mean,
yeah.
So the problem was I started playing Breath of the Wild, and I had been watching my friend Megan play Fallout, and I was like, oh, Breath of the Wild is sort of like Zelda but Fallout. And she's like, yeah. She's like, kinda. And then like I started playing Skyrim, and then I was telling her about it. She's like, oh yeah, Breath of the Wild is just Zelda but in like Skyrim. And I was like, yeah, except Skyrim is like if you took Duty and smeared everything, like if you smeared Duty on everything in the game at Skyrim. Like nothing is pretty, everything is gross and broken.
Oh my god, you're just gonna rip on this game this dude's playing.
But it's fun. It's fun. It's like I'm really into alchemy.
This joy that you found, Paul's gonna steer Duty on it.
Wait, he's been smearing crap on me playing this game for like months now.
Yeah, but
everywhere.
What I'm saying is I can go get my Nintendo Switch and I can click on the thing that sadly tells me how many hours I've played video games. Yeah. And it will. I think Breath of the Wild I'm around 250 hours, and I think Skyrim I'm at like 120. So it's not like I was like this game sucks and I'm stopping. It's just it took me a while to realize I'd seen enough Duty.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's my hours on gaming has been here, and then the pandemic, and now we're up here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But
I still don't have time to play.
Skyrim is an amazing concept, open world, doing whatever you want. The fact that there are quests, so many quests that when I was talking at one point to one of our employees, he was asking me how far in the game I was. And I was like, I don't know. I've played for 150 hours. He's like, yeah, but where are you at in the main story? I was like, I don't know what the main story is.
Yeah, I'm intentionally dodging the main story. I'm doing everything else.
Well, I didn't realize what I eventually was like, I've done this. And finally I was like, I just started doing the Civil War or whatever in Whiterun. And he goes, you're only like 10% into the game. And I was like, oh, goddamn.
Yeah. Just recently I picked a side. I was just like, you know what? Rebels.
I don't even remember what I picked.
Yeah.
Something.
Are you those Imperial dogs?
I might be rebels. Yeah. I don't think I'm Imperial. I don't know.
Are you the Romans or are you the Vikings?
Think I'm a Viking?
Yeah.
I don't know. All I know is there's one town in the place where I went to a place and they said I saved the game, they arrested me and they put me in prison. And the only way to get out of prison was to murder someone. And I was like, I refuse to murder someone. So I reset my game. And when I popped up again, the guy was like, we're putting you in jail. And instead of saying, okay, I killed him. And then the town decided anytime you come to this town, every guard in the town will come and kill you. So literally every time I go to the town, the first 20 minutes are me just killing every guard in the town. And then I get to do the things I want to do.
Well, yeah, because you get high enough level that you basically just stare at the guards and they're dead.
I also learned that if you recruit Majol the lioness and you don't complete her quest, that she's unkillable until you complete her quest. So I have a companion that can't die.
Oh no, the dog, the talking dog. Did you get the talking dog?
Fuck that dog.
Yes, but I kept that. I just got rid of the dog. I kept that dog because it is an unkillable death machine. But it finally like
guys. What are you guys still talking about Skyrim?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Just check.
Because you get this dog, you get this talking dog, but you're trying to.
He's from New Jersey.
Yeah, you're over here doing something, and you're like,
Oh, it happened to you too. Yeah. The reason why I forced that dog is because I was trying to pick up an item that was like an item I could pick up, and he poked me, and I picked up an item that was stolen, and then a guy murdered me, and I was like, I'm done with this dog.
Well, also, you can't sneak. You can't hide with the dog because it's always barking.
Guys, we've lost Todd.
Okay.
This is why we're talking about Skyrim.
I'm here, but this is why I don't play video games. I don't know.
Wait, that's not true. You played Jackbox with us.
Oh, Jackbox is fun.
Oh, yeah. What was that, 20 minutes worth?
No.
More than that. We drew T-shirts.
I learned a long time ago with Quake and Mario Kart that I cannot be allowed anywhere near games, let alone games that are open and go on forever.
Spectrum to another.
Oh my, yeah.
Quake and then Mario.
Jeez.
It would only be better if Todd was like, I used to play Doom and Animal Crossing.
No. I used to play Laser Shoot Larry and Animal Crossing.
I played some.
I remember when I was in high school when I first got a copy of that game on a 5 1/4 floppy.
I'll be back.
And my friends are like, you have to play this game. And I was just like, what is it about? And he's like, you're just this dude. You got to go get hookers and do all sorts of stuff. And I'm like, okay, let's play. And it was like, it was fun, I guess, for a high schooler. But I just remember, like, I had an old IBM PS1 that I had to trick into thinking it could run. Like, Doom was a game I wanted to play on there, but my system wasn't fast enough. So my cousins taught me how to make my first boot disk to, like, trick the system into running a game that it's technically not supposed to run. So I'd run it for 40 minutes at a time before it crashed. It crashed. The whole system would just crash after 40 minutes or so.
What was the game that had the lady the drop pilot that would always say 5x5?
That was StarCraft.
Oh my God. Everybody used to play that in the computer lab at FSU. Late at night, the art department computer lab. I just remember sometimes
it turned into a LAN party.
Oh my God, it was so fun.
Yeah, LAN parties can be fun depending on what game you're playing, I guess.
Yeah. We would play StarCraft, but we had a 15-minute truce period. So we would all just completely strip the planet dry of resources and have big armies and then have this massive battle. So there's no like Zerg Blitz or anything like that. It was all like legit. Everyone was maxed out and we went in hardcore. And that was pretty fun.
Hey, Alan, is this what your boot disk looked like?
No, that's a zip drive though. But man, I used to throw all my Photoshop files.
I still have that.
That was high school yearbook right there.
No, I was running just a 3.5 floppy, and it basically, I forgot what my cousin was helping me code it, but it basically told the system that I had more RAM in it than I actually had. So
that's got to pop the collar.
No, don't do that.
No,
don't do that.
So we were in Pier 1 one time because we heard they had a bunch of shit on sale, and I kind of wanted margarita glasses, but then they didn't have any cool ones. And an employee came up. Todd, what on earth?
Yeah. Finish the story.
And this employee of Pier 1 walks up to Chris while he's wearing a shirt very much like this one and says, "It takes a brave man to wear a shirt like that."
Like, thanks. Yeah.
I would have it takes a braver person to come up and say that to me.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
To be fair, if Chris is wearing that shirt, do you really think he's conceal carrying?
Do you think I give a shit? It's like, it's my shirt. It doesn't affect you. Leave me alone.
Todd,
I got my shirt. I got my shirt in the mail today.
Hi.
What Snopes?
Snopes.
Founding member, huh?
They're doing a fundraiser right now, and they were like, you can donate X, or if you donate, $60, you get a free T-shirt. And I was like, you know what? Snopes has helped me so many times whenever my dad sends me a mass email. So here's $60.
You're like wrong. Dude, I get so annoyed when I see I've got family that'll post something and I'll be like, man, take like 15 minutes to just research this before you just randomly
15 seconds.
15 seconds.
Just do a
If I see one more person post that Plandemic video, I'm gonna go insane.
What?
The Plandemic video, your favorite.
Oh my God. This is a nurse. This is an ER nurse right here.
Has Todd not seen it? Oh my God, if we can get Todd to see it.
Todd, I thought you posted something about it.
Well, maybe, but Plandemic. What?
Oh, you don't want to know.
We don't want to turn this into a political thing, man.
Yeah, we don't want to go there.
It's gonna spiral.
Yeah, well. Yeah.
Let's get Todd full of vodka and get him to watch Plandemic.
Reaction video.
Reaction. Oh my God.
Have you looked at Todd's Facebook page? Like, it's a beautiful spiral. It's so beautiful.
I love Todd's
I
Facebook
keep the
page.
political stuff to front because it keeps the troll. And
I just pop popcorn and go over there and occasionally just chime in. And
Dude,
Todd is always like,
I used to be way worse. Way
Todd and I obviously are on the same page, so it's a good game over there.
We're coming up on an election, and so I feel like if anybody's going to listen, then they're going to hear what I have to say. That's all there is to that.
My favorite, Todd, was the other day when I clicked on one of your things. I scrolled down. It was you and R.A. Salvatore talking about like all on one side of the issue, and I was just like, man, there's got to be so many people right now that are like, I love his art and I love those books, but no.
Well, it's strange, and it's something I'm finding out even with the books that I'm writing, is that our heroes tend to be kind of libertarians in all of the fantasy books that we write. They're the ones they're the solo guy who bucks the system or whatever the fuck. And
Todd, quick question, art related. So I have, as of yet, not read any of your books. Which one should I start with?
The Summer Dragon.
The first.
Which one?
The first one, the Summer Dragon.
First one.
Okay, smart ass. Don't you start with me. It's funny because I'm pointing at where you are on the screen, and it's like I'm pointing the opposite direction. It's like my finger's gonna wrap around.
On my screen, you're just pointing off the screen.
No, I have one novel out, so I would start there. But prior to that, I had some short stories in 3 different anthologies, one of which was a prequel to the novel, sort of.
Tell me about Summer Dragon, Todd.
There's only 2 in stock left. I'm going to buy one of them.
I have had 1 glass of wine. Thank you very much, Paul.
It says.
But y'all inspired me to take my hair down and put on something besides pajamas.
To put on clothes.
Well, I'm still wearing pajama pants. But anyway.
So am I. We assume. So on the back of the book, it says,
I bought you the book.
Maya and her family raised dragons for the political war machine.
You have a microphone.
As she comes of age, she hopes for a dragon of her own to add to the stable of breeding parents. But the war goes badly, and the needs of the dragonry dash her hopes.
Okay, we have just purchased it.
Shattered when the Summer Dragon, one of the rare and mythical high dragons, makes an appearance in her quiet valley. The Summer Dragon is an omen of change, but no one knows for certain what kind of change he augurs. Political factions vie to control the implied message, each to further their own ends. And so, Maya is swept into an adventure. It pits her against the deathless horrors, thralls of the enemy, and a faceless creature drawn from her fears. In her fight to preserve everything she uncovers secrets that challenge her understanding of her world.
Awesome.
I look forward to reading it.
I got you the hardcover.
Ooh, I got the hardcover. Hey, Cassie, what you eating? Cheez-Its.
This video is brought to you by Cheez-Its. They're extra toasty, mother.
Oh my God! Wait, hold on.
Hold on.
All mine are gone. Sucks.
You got to get the family size, yo.
Oh, we get the single packets because I like to eat them in the car.
You got to get the family size.
The big box.
Family.
I tend to get like motion sick in the car, so we always have cheese in the car.
Family.
I'm not saying get rid of your family. I'm saying, damn it.
What I do normally do is hide 1 box for myself.
Look,
Todd, where's your Cheez-Its?
that's what I do with Girl Scout cookies.
I definitely do that with Girl Scouts.
Man, I could go have some tag-alongs right now.
I wish there was some way to do one of those weird like hairbrush, the makeup brush videos where we just like push. Wait, it would be that way. We push like a packet of the Cheez-Its and they pop out over in Todd Lockwood's window.
No way.
Right? Oh, that would take some.
We're going to hand these Cheez-Its to Mike, and then Mike has to be ready to like. All right, wait.
Exactly.
You need to actually
One side, yeah.
Ready?
All right, you ready?
Ready?
No, wait this way.
Yeah.
Alan dropped the ball.
I don't have Cheez-Its, guys. I'm actually going to go get another drink. I'll be right back. That's what I can do.
Oh, wait. I hand the Cheez-Its to Mike. Mike hands them to Alan, and Alan just has like a bottle of rum.
And then
full metal alchemist shit right there.
For me.
Yeah.
And hand a bottle of wine to,
Right.
It's like super weird Brady Bunch.
and it's Cheez-Its again.
Back to cheese.
I'd pass the Tito's to you. I'd pass
Oh,
the
and you
Tito's
hand
to you,
some
but
Tito's down to Todd.
Wait,
Why is it why when I reach one direction am I on the wrong side?
Chris, are you below me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, here you go.
Oh,
Oh, family-sized Cheez-Its hurt.
Well, if Chris hands it up and to
I'm
his,
drinking.
I think, left, he would be handing them to Mike, center top. We could zigzag this, you know.
Yeah. I love that Alan's office chair is one of those.
Exactly. Up and here, higher. There, Mike, you got them?
Mike, you got him?
got the
There
pizza
Oh, they're invisible now.
over here. No, other side. Yeah, that side. There you go. You have them now. Oh,
No,
No,
you're
no.
Chris, here, have some hot sauce.
to the invisible man sitting.
I got a glass of wine.
The invisible man and sitting in Alan's chair, and he
Yeah, scratch
essentially-
Tallulah wine.
Oh,
It's
look.
delicious.
Spicy.
But when I hand it back to Chris, it becomes
Wait. Oh shit. It becomes Cheez-Its again.
it's Cheez-Its again, like magic. Oh my goodness. We got us
Oh wait. No, it becomes a bird.
Todd,
Oh.
you know
Todd,
what?
Todd, you remember Hollywood Squares?
No, we failed. No one believes that this is actually happening.
Mike, I could not tell that you had dice in your hand and you were just like,
Yeah, that was bad.
like what's happening over there?
I said a persuasion check. You know that this is my house. You know that I got Cheez-Its in one hand and then a bowl of dice in the other. Just ready to go.
Never confuse the two.
Why do we not have a dice bowl?
Mike's play is like the geek land of plenty. There's all the booze,
Oh, yeah.
all the dice.
My niece and nephew come over here and they're like, you got a pinball, you got
Oh, shit, Alan's back.
all this stuff.
Shit.
All right, guys, keep talking about art. That's definitely what we were talking about when Alan left.
I could hear you guys, man. I had my headphones on. But I didn't read the message that was there.
Oh, it just said Alan isn't here to stop me.
Oh.
It wasn't exciting.
Mm.
You missed Mike rolling dice.
I heard Asha talking about my chair.
Just because what I'm used to seeing on the internet is people rolling dice and what you guys are used to seeing on the internet.
Well, Chris's office chair is one that was being
I'm talking about
right at Guy's office. So.
like in the garden.
This chair is not that comfortable. I got this chair on sale. It's not that comfortable.
Is that not how you spread seed in your garden?
That a certain type.
I'm spreading
What the hell
seed.
was this? I missed something.
Todd, are you playing WarioWare?
The Catholic Church has a lot to say about spreading your seed like that.
Todd is like Alec Baldwin on SNL when he's playing the Wii game with his
Todd, I don't think you're doing it
No.
right. I feel like this is a sign language or something.
I haven't watched SNL in.
Sorry, I started this.
They had a couple of they just did a song called "Let Kids Drink," which is pretty awesome.
Dude,
I saw some household violence problems during the lockdown.
Wait, what? Did you just bring us down, man? Letting children drink, man.
You're bringing me down, man.
I was just anticipating where you were going with that.
No, just saying.
It's an SNL skit.
Let kids drink. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Paul, are you the bargain king?
Yeah, I did it. Yeah, if you.
I'd like to point out that before this started, Paul was sitting here and he had a little piece of paper and I thought he was maybe like sketching something or being real artisty. And really what he was working out was a logic problem on how to make sure we can use the least amount of trips to get a kayak to and from the river.
It wasn't trying to figure out what's the least amount. It was just trying to figure out if you have one vehicle that can carry kayaks or you have two vehicles that carry kayaks, how many trips back and forth do you have to make between your home, the start, and the end point? And the answer is...
While we're all hanging out, you're inflicting a word problem on yourself.
No, I've already solved the word problem. If you have one vehicle that can carry kayaks, it requires 8 trips. If you have two vehicles that can carry the kayaks, it requires 6 trips. You save 2 trips by having a second vehicle with a roof rack. Done. See?
Or
if 2 trains leave at 12 p.m.,
trip and rent the kayaks. There's no one I know that kayaks enough to own a goddamn kayak.
No,
that's the best solution.
The problem is right now, all of those places that rent kayaks in Nashville definitely don't practice social distancing, so I don't want to rent a kayak from them.
They have hired people to cough on their kayaks.
It's true. People need jobs.
Breach Films. This is literally what we talk about when we're drunk at the end of Dragon Con. Shit like this.
People need jobs or people need drugs? I may have heard that wrong.
Yes, the answer is yes, Todd.
Yes,
yes, both actually.
I think they're finding drugs okay. Just
tomorrow we're making pistachio ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so sad I can't try that because that sounds amazing.
But I've been making all the biscuits.
It's not good. I like ice cream. I've got like a little dairy baby.
Yesterday
That's preferable to a real baby.
Yesterday we were walking around the neighborhood and Cassie's like, I think I have an ice cream baby. And I said, well, give me 1 second. I'll punch you and I can. Oh, wait, I should stop saying this right now.
Yeah. Private.
Dude.
Stop now, Paul. Stop.
No talk.
Go back to your logic problem.
I think we need to finish that statement, Paul, because we're probably all imagining much worse.
No.
Yeah, you were just...
All right, wait, now I want to Breach Films. Who are you? Wait, wait. Oh shit. God bless. You're one of the volunteers in the art show, right? Wait for it. Oh, there's like a 1 minute delay between comments posted on YouTube and then popping up in wow, LOL.
Wow. Nope, that's David Lee Pancake.
Everyone's probably still shocked by your last comment.
Breach Films, we are waiting with bated breath.
I was
a volunteer.
Yay!
Yeah.
The way volunteer is spelled out, it could be somewhere between volunteer and volunteer.
Yeah. I just have
volunteer. I'm not sure what that would mean. Josh.
It's just the one that Josh and I went to that shitty restaurant last year, and it took us 3 hours for them to not bring Tom Fleming a fucking drink. That
Whoa. It took 3 hours to not get a drink?
I don't know.
That's
we went
Dragon Con, man. That's Dragon Con.
Yeah, that's Dragon Con.
We went to a restaurant. We all sat down. Tom ordered a drink. His assistant came and eventually ordered a drink. At some point, they came up to the assistant and said, oh, we don't have that bourbon. Like, whatever specific bourbon is necessary for the drink. They said, we don't have that. He said, can I get that drink just with regular bourbon? And they were like, let me check. Walks back. Still didn't get the drink. They eventually brought out our food, at which point Tom said, hey, I ordered a beer. And they were like, oh, we'll get your beer for you. Then Tom's assistant's girlfriend, she was sitting there. When they delivered our food, she cut into her food and blood poured out.
Ooh.
So whatever medium that she ordered her steak, it was definitely not medium. And we were like, oh shit. And so then as we're leaving, I see Larry Elmore and it's Betsy, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I see them sitting there and I said, Larry, I was like, you need to leave right now. Just run. He's like, no, we've been here for like an hour. I was like, you will be here for 2 more hours and it will fucking suck. Just go. Just run away. I was like, this place is the worst.
I mean, I usually at Dragon Con, we usually go way off the strip. I think, Mike, you had dinner with us one night last year, but that's only because Joe, I think, made reservations.
And that was like such a long wait that Laura just said, "Fuck this," and left. My wife
what happened was initially we had, we initially had like 8 people, and then we had 14 people, then we had like 20 people, I think. Like the group got larger. And then, I talked to the manager when we got there, and I was just like, I know we said 8, but we got 20, like, or whatever that number was. I was like, can you guys make it happen? And she's like, yeah, if you guys wait on the patio and grab a couple
I've done that
drinks.
so many times.
And she was super chill,
I
man.
made it a reservation for 12, but we've got twice that. So,
well, she told us an hour. I think we waited on that patio for maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes, grabbed a couple drinks, and then we were all sitting down and eating, so.
I do feel like Gen Con restaurants, like they know what's going to happen and they're ready for it. Where like at Dragon Con, I feel like they're surprised every time and angry. They're like, what are you doing in here? And like, you never get, They're like, I carry a backpack filled with beer during Dragon Con. I'm like, this is the best I can do. This is, live off the beer.
I mean, everyone's like, oh, you got to come to Dragon Con. You always got to come to Dragon Con. And then I hear these stories, and I'm like, why would I want to do this to myself?
If you plan it, it's fine. Like usually the dinners I go to at Dragon Con, like this last year, it was like off. We all went off the strip, like literally blocks away, and we just found like. One night I went out with like Steve Argyle and stuff, and we went to like this Indian restaurant, right? But it was like you had to get in an Uber, and it was like 15 minutes away, but it was quiet and it was nice. Brian Colin was with us. He almost died at that restaurant. He ate his food so fast his like throat closed up or something from the steam. Yeah, he was in there and he just looked at us all and he's like, I can't breathe, and we're all like, holy shit, And then all of a sudden he was like, I'm fine. I'm like, dude.
Yeah, calm down. Just calm down.
What's wrong with you, man? What's wrong with you? I'm like,
I think the thing that makes me the most sad is that because there was like 1 year or maybe 2 years that Mike and I ended up being in the Marriott, and we ordered a room service pizza, and it was a $30 pizza. But when you think about it, we ordered 2 pizzas to feed the 4 people that were there. So everyone got a half pizza. It was like $60 plus tip. But we realized that was still cheaper than had we gone to a restaurant. We got better service. We got to eat the food when we wanted to while we were putting on our costumes. And we haven't been at the Marriott since then. And it was like, man, I miss those days.
I think also like our plans at Dragon Con have always been very different from everybody, where we would work a 9-hour day and then we would go get into costume. It's not until just recently that we didn't do some outlandish costume that we're then running around in all night. And of course, the difference was when we started going to Dragon Con, we were in our late 20s.
I was just going to say,
I don't even go to the Marriott anymore. It's Marriott.
This is why I always have snacks at the Grand at Pensacon, because I'm like, well, everybody can come back, eat some cold pizza, drink some cheap wine, and then we can get to McGuire's after the really bad rush is over, or Fish House or whatever.
You just got to plan it, man. Like Gen Con, we plan, we try to plan every night. Be like, this restaurant. Anyone that takes a reservation, we try to plan it out. We literally plan it out before we get to the show.
Oh, yeah.
That's the way to do it.
I mean, typically there's reservations being planned driving to Gen Con days in advance.
Yeah.
I guess for us, though, like a lot of it was, when you're putting on a costume that takes 3 hours to put on.
What the hell are you putting on, Mike?
Do you not know what we do for a living?
3 hours? I've seen drag queens that get dressed faster.
Makeups we did in Hollywood.
Yeah. I mean, one time we did. What was that show on Sci-Fi, Paul? That we did. It's not Deviant. No, it's like Wasteland, and it was like the Arathians. They had the forehead thing.
Farts.
Defiance. So we did a Defiance.
That was good.
When I got off work at Aradani, we went back to the room, and I did
quick.
Let's see, Laura, me, Anton, James, Annie. I did 7 people's silicone face masks that night, and then put them on, airbrushed them out the door in the Marriott for photo shoots. And I was eating. I had whiskey in one hand, airbrush in the other, and eating pizza, like leaning down while doing all that.
So you're not saying 3 hours just for yourself.
Power to you, dude. Power to you.
Sometimes, like I did Pan's Labyrinth Fawn, and that was a full latex bodysuit.
Oh yeah, that would take a
So
minute.
that took me forever to get into. So I mean, we used to. I mean, when we were younger, we could do stuff like that. Though, at the end of the night, I actually got a Instagram message from, or maybe as a email, I don't know. But the guy who did the makeup for the Defiance show was like, "Man, those costumes are spot on," and I was like, "Hell yeah!" Like it was worth all that work.
I would love to just show up in the room and be like, I can base coat things. Give me a sponge.
You don't want to base coat silicone, though.
Dun, dun, dun. Don't even look to your left, Chris.
It's about to be a fight now. I don't know. I mean, like, I got really bummed. We did. So Cassie and Mike's wife, Laura, and I did a group costume this year for a TV show that literally ended a month before con. So we did the main three characters from Legion, which was the FX series based on the Marvel comic. One person said something to me all night to indicate that they got my costume, and I was so sad. I was like, and now to be fair, it wasn't an elaborate costume. I knew I didn't it wasn't something that I had to spend hours putting on, mostly because every year at Dragon Con, when I spend hours putting on a costume, no one gives a farts. So why should I care? But it was I was like, oh, this show is really good. It was a really awesome, mind trippy show. We're going to make these cool costumes. And Cassie did an amazing version of Sid, and Laura did a really effed up version of Lenny, to the point where every time she made a face at me, I was like, I can't look at you because you're a creepy Aubrey Plaza that's going to murder me.
I love Aubrey Plaza.
And one person was going down a staircase, and one girl looked at me and goes, "Hi, Daddy." And I was like, someone finally got my costume.
They were just hitting on you, Paul. They didn't even know. They just wanted a spanking. You just didn't understand.
No, don't say that.
Is it okay if I share my screen?
Do what?
Yeah.
Is it okay if I share my screen, Paul?
Yeah. When you post it up, I have to click a thing to make it happen. But yeah, go for it. Share it.
All right. So I'll show you guys. I found the pictures.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
So
Nice.
after working 9 hours, go back to the room, drinking whiskey while getting all this on, and then I believe his skin actually didn't work with the silicone. It made it not cure. There's Laura. Mine turned out awful, but then when we got the whole group together,
Looks great.
Nice.
Very cool.
yeah, his looked really good, and Laura's did look really good too.
Well, self-application's always rough.
Yeah,
Having
well, and
done
especially when you're the last guy after a line of 7, you're slapping it on, and mine fell off, and I just went in the bathroom. I was like, whatever, I did it for you guys anyways. Did that stop sharing? Yeah.
Yeah.
I've only worn full-on makeup like that once, and it is weird. When you're in a crowd of people, did you have on crazy contacts?
Yeah, we all had the red contacts, and
Oh my God, being in a room with all weird stuff all over your face and weird contacts in a crowd of people is just really weird. Because I did it, and they were kind of like a cat eye, kind of with a slit.
Well, they were, yeah. We did an event while still out in LA. We did an event that was the
It was a fundraiser.
City of Angels posting board party. So it was the Angel TV show fan club, and they did an event every year to raise charity in Los Angeles, and people
For the
flew in.
Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Yeah, flew in from all around the world, and since we were working on the show, we did costumes, and we dressed up as the characters to be there because the actors showed up too. So
just as themselves.
yeah, and they were there as themselves, and we all dressed up. People from the shop dressed up as the monsters and demons and vampires from the show, so that there was a little bit more going on. So one year I played the Beast, which was pretty cool, and she was a vampire, and it was a fun thing to do, and it was this really awesome venue in Los Angeles.
But it's kind of disorienting being in those contacts, in a big group of people, because if you have a slit, you can't.
Yeah, your eyesight's
your
all
peripheral
kinds of-
vision's all screwed up, and you're surrounded by tons of strangers, and you're just kind of
That still
I don't
sounds
see where you're going. But it was super fun.
Mike did a costume one year at Dragon Con where it's a creature from the Wheel of Time book series. It's called a Myrddraal. And in the book series, the Myrddraal, where their eyes are supposed to be, is just completely smooth. So they have no eyes. And Mike was like, well, if I make it in any way that like has like a film that I can see through, or if it has like a brow that hangs down really low that I can see out of, every person is just going to walk up to me and be like, oh, I see what you're doing. So Mike just made a mask that literally covered his whole face. And
what the hell?
It broke around his nose. So when he wore it, he could see like one little tiny like line of sight either direction. Yeah. And then we realized there's a character in the book series at one point where like one of the Myrddraal takes possession of like this other character, like takes control of her soul. So we ended up having Mike put his hand on Laura's
shoulder. Why would you do that to yourself?
No. So Laura was essentially his like seeing eye dog all night. And then I would stand by, and any time that someone would go to take a picture, I would look at Mike. I'd just lean over and I'd be like, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock. And so then Mike would just turn his head. And so the people who were like taking the photos were freaking out because they had no idea how he could see them because he literally couldn't see them.
Yeah.
It's just like kind of cool, man.
That is creepy. I bet everybody's like, what the hell's going on? So do celebrities walk around at all at Dragon Con? Do you guys have any cool pictures with celebrities in costume?
So typically when we see celebrities, we don't usually we don't want to be those guys that ask for pictures. One year I was up in the
I just wondered if any of them were like, that's awesome. Sorry.
And Mike texts me and he's like, hey, we're hanging out with Crowley and it was Crowley and Jim Beaver. So Crowley and I forget his name from Supernatural, but like the two guys from Supernatural, Bobby. So Crowley and Bobby were hanging out, like looking at costumes, and I'm like up in the room, like finishing putting on my costume so I can run downstairs and meet them. By the time
we're trying to get an elevator.
Like Crowley was like 20 feet away, just leaning against like the wall, just like having a drink, and he was no longer like part of our circle. So I was like, well, I'm not going to walk up to him and bug him, but I was just like, oh yeah, every now and then you see people wandering around. One year we got on an elevator and some drunk dude looked at the girl that got on the elevator. He's like, you look just like Dee from Battlestar Galactica. And she goes, I am Dee from Battlestar Galactica. And we got to the next floor and the doors open and she just walked away and the doors closed. The guy turned and goes, dude, that was Dee from Battlestar Galactica.
Yes, Drunky McDrunkerstein. Yes.
Good job, buddy. Good job.
And
last year's Dragon Con, I had people from like a couple of actors from The Walking Dead went by, which is kind of cool. They were super casual, and they stopped. And I didn't recognize them right away. I was just like, "Oh, hey."
Yeah, they hang out on the smoking porch like the last few years, like outside of Marriott. There's that little smoking.
Yeah. They just chill there, huh? Good to know.
Yeah, that's where we've seen them there a couple of years.
Yeah, they're all super nice. I was just like, cool. I don't want to escalate. Like, oh my, I don't want to be that person where I'm like, oh my god, it's you.
Yeah.
Just like, what's up? You want to buy some art? Like.
I ran into Sean Astin on the elevator at Dragon.
Oh, cool.
It was fun. Yeah, I just said, dude, you held that last movie together. You were like, you took that movie on your shoulders. I thought you should have got an Oscar night. And he said, thank you. And then the doors opened and I had to get off.
If I saw Sean Astin, I'd be like, yeah, you directed that episode of Angel that I didn't get any work on. Thanks a lot for that. I went 2 weeks without pay.
His decision.
Doesn't have anything to do with him.
No.
I got to hang out with Peter Mayhew at
oh my god,
the airport. Oh, where the fuck was it? Where the heck? No bleeping is there? Well, all right.
Too late. We heard it.
What the fuck? It was an airport I had to hang out in between Eluxcon and whatever airport I took to get there. It's the little puddle airport. So he was a guest there. We happened to have the same flight out. We got to sit and talk for a while, and he told a story about getting drunk in a bar one night with Kenny Baker, R2D2, and Kenny got passed out, and Peter Mayhew had to carry him out. And I just thought, God, to be the photographer there to see Peter Mayhew carrying Kenny Baker out of a bar, drunk in his arms like a little.
Those are my two favorite Star Wars characters. I would give my left boob to be there.
And speaking of Kenny Baker, I met him on Long Island at what's the name of that convention they have out on Long Island? Icon, I think.
I'm not sure.
Anyway, it was just I went to the bar to get another drink, and there was Kenny Baker standing on a bar stool, and he had just received his drink. And he turned around and grinned and handed it to me, and I took hold of it, and he skittered down off the bar stool, and then he reached up with a grin, and I handed him his drink, and he skittered off. It was surreal.
He's like, do me a solid, man. Hold this.
Yeah.
You know, Sean Murray and I, San Diego last year went to this, like, he likes Ballast Point, I think is the name of the brewery. And it's, you know, you can walk from the convention there. It's not far, but there's another like little divey bar next to it. And when we walked in there first, there was this giant fucking teddy bear looking thing behind the bar serving drinks. And we were like, what the hell's happening here? And it was apparently a TED 2 premiere thing. And the dude who plays Flash Gordon,
Sam J. Jones.
Yeah, Sam Jones was there. He was a super nice guy. He sat down with, like, we were just minding our own business, sitting down and having drinks and eating popcorn. He like chilled with us for like 30 minutes, man. And he was like, "Oh, you're from Chicago, blah, blah, blah." I'm just like, I wanted to really be like, I wish I had something for this dude to sign. But I was just like, can we just take a photograph with you? You know,
he's a cool guy. He's a really cool guy.
Totally awesome.
I have an Alex Ross print signed by him. It's really cool.
Alex Ross lives like, you know, like my friend owns a comic book store here in a suburb of Chicago called Schaumburg, called Keats Comics, and Alex Ross is always there signing. He's the nicest dude. Like, people would get in line with like stacks. Like, you know, he'd be like, Alex Ross is signing today for free, and you'd show up and I had like 5 or 6 comics. He just signed them, maybe one because I didn't want to be greedy. But people would be in line with like 100, and I'm like, what are you doing?
I know Schaumburg. I lived for a year and a half in Woodstock. You know where that is, Alan?
Woodstock? Wooddale?
Woodstock.
You're
in Chicago?
Yeah, let me see. Woodstock, Illinois. I think that's near Barrington.
It's
near Crystal Lake. Yeah, I know where that is.
It's like 20 minutes.
Crystal Lake?
It's not Camp Crystal Lake, though.
It's like a half an hour south of Lake Geneva, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Where TSR was.
So my parents actually live in a suburb called Bloomingdale, which is like an hour outside the city.
All right, but I know Schaumburg because it's kind of halfway between Chicago and
yeah. Schaumburg was like the place to be when we were growing up because like Woodfield Mall is there.
That amazing mall, yeah,
it's huge. It's like one of the biggest malls in the area. You know, next to I think it's I want to say it's the second or third largest mall compared to like the Mall of America and stuff. But
right, yeah, it was enormous. Yeah. I had the best pizza I ever had in Schaumburg, and I couldn't even tell you now the name of the.
You probably went to Illuminati's.
No, that doesn't.
But if you guys come to Chicago, we gotta go to Pequod's, man. That's the best effing pizza in town.
Woodstock is where they filmed Groundhog's Day.
Okay, I've never been to Woodstock. I've been to Crystal Lake though, because I go disc golfing all the time. Go to Crystal Lake
down the road, yeah, but
not Camp Crystal Lake though, because I don't want to die.
No, Woodstock was a great little town. That square that you see in Groundhog's Day.
Yeah.
It's an old town. In the little park and all the buildings around it. That's Woodstock.
I talked to Nance, my wife. I was like, I'd love to live in like an old like town in one of these suburbs, but I don't think I'd fit in.
Oh, but you'd be the best, like, additional character to that sitcom.
Yeah, I'd be that person. You know, they'd be like,
You'd be the best character in that sitcom.
Yeah, I'd be like, that dude lives up the street there. You don't want to go to that.
Watch that show just for that character.
Yeah,
it'd be fun. Like, there's a suburb here called Aurora, and my friend bought an old. I want to say it's a Victorian house in old Aurora, so it's like super haunted. I'm sure of it. You know, and it's got like
that near Wayne and Garth.
But it's got like that it's got the staircase in the back that used to be like the servants' staircase and stuff, you know. And then it's got like this like old like closet that he turned into a bathroom. And I'm just like, every time I go to visit there, I'm like, something's gonna scare the shit out of me at some point. It's gonna happen. It hasn't happened yet, but it's an old house, and I always have that feeling back there. And he's like, you should just buy a house here because it's super affordable. But I was like, I'm not handy at all.
Quick question. Has anybody ever watched the BuzzFeed Unsolved Paranormal? I'm so completely hooked on it.
No, that sounds scary.
Well, the thing is, there's one guy who's a skeptic and one guy who's a believer in ghosts.
That's the best.
The chemistry between them is hysterical because the believers
old house.
Yes, basically so am I. But it's so I get to see both sides of me.
I was like, how do I hear myself?
That's weird. Anybody ever watched the BuzzFeed? What's going on?
What the hell?
Now I'm echoing back.
That's probably me. My bad. I pulled Todd.
But it's just so good because the skeptics always like, we're totally fine.
I forgot the mic turns on automatically in Facebook. So
yeah.
Oops.
No,
but the believers always totally freaked out, and the skeptics always like, dude, you're freaking out over nothing. It's just an empty room. And just the chemistry is so good. And I've been watching it late at night because I've been staying on night shift schedule because I never know when I'm going to get called into work right now. And I'll just sit up by myself, and I was so sad when I got to the end of this series because it was really fun.
Wait, what do you do that you're called in late at night?
I'm an ER nurse, a night shift ER nurse.
Oh, good God! All right, well, bless your heart.
I tell you, my sister got pulled to the front. She's on the front line here at UIC now. She was working in the pediatrics ICU. And they basically shut it all down, and they moved all those kids, and they put her like in the mix on the front line. So she literally was like, I've seen things, man. It's scary. And I'm like, I don't want to know about it. Like, please. Yeah. I'm already stressed out enough.
It hasn't been too bad here yet, but they just opened everything, so we'll see.
In 2 weeks, it's going to be amazing.
Where are you guys?
Tallahassee, Florida.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm surrounded by Florida men who have all been taken off quarantine.
Oh my God.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I walk around in a mask on my walks, and I get sneering leers from people not with a mask on, just smoking away, just doing whatever they want, and they look at me with my mask, and they get ready to say something, but I'm 6'4", so they keep it to themselves.
What are they gonna like? Who's like? You know what? If you choose to wear a mask, they should not give you a hard time at all.
Oh, they just look at me, and I the first time someone says something, it's like, I'm wearing this mask because you son of a bitch. Because you don't have
just a number day, you know.
I mean, I get into like, I live in this high rise, so they tell people to like take turns with the elevators. You're only supposed to have 4 at a time, technically. And like, it's me, my wife, and my baby's in a stroller that we've got like covered with a tarp. So I'm like, sometimes I'll ask the person, I'll be like, do you mind if we take this elevator and you take the next one? And once I had this guy who was just like, no, I'd rather just take this one. I'm like, go ahead, man. Like, I'm not gonna argue with you about it, even though you're a big asshole. Yeah, I'm like, I sometimes need to learn to curve my tongue, but I was just like, you want to be an asshole, you can have it. And he was like, sure, and he took it, right?
I love you.
No,
thank you.
I'm, if I,
it's just like, I'm like, dude, I'm like standing here with a baby in a stroller, and you're
gonna so much this.
Yeah, in about a month, I'm gonna be walking around going,
how'd that go for you?
You're an asshole. Put a mask on. You're an asshole. Put a mask on.
What people don't realize is by wearing a mask, you're less protecting yourself and more protecting other people. And people just have no consideration and no desire to protect. Like, I'm protecting I want to make sure I don't accidentally sneeze and kill Larry Elmore, or my mom, or some little kid who has cancer or whatever. Like, I'm trying to make sure that when I go out in public, yeah, sure, it protects me too if we both wear them, but I'm wearing one when I go in public because I work around this shit, and I don't want to go and buy some milk at the store and breathe on the wrong person. Like, I saw a little old lady going to the grocery store one day when I went there, and she looked absolutely terrified. I really kind of, if I didn't think I would freak her out, I wanted to go up and be like, please give me your grocery list and go sit in your car and I'll buy your groceries. Yeah. But I didn't want to get close to her because she obviously was trying to stay away from people. But it's just, and she was putting on her mask and everything. And I just wanted to go in with a sword and be like the person that went in front of her and like,
don't they have like over here? They have like early, I forget what they call it. Basically, if you're elderly or immune compromised, you can show up like an hour and a half or 2 hours before the store opens.
Yeah.
Walk through. And the thing that really gets on my nerves is there's people I see in that crowd who are, you're like, you don't look like you're immune compromised.
Full of shit. Yeah. And you're not even wearing a mask. So obviously you're not that concerned about your well-being. They have hours where
oh my Lord, what is that?
It's in 1918, they made advertisements in newspapers convincing men that wearing a mask was not feminine but patriotic. And that was like what they had to do because so many men in 1918 refused to wear masks. And so I know that mask makes them look like Darkwing Duck, but
I was like, what's up with that mask?
Masks like that.
No, but it's happening again.
Yeah,
but,
like, well, so
it would take one or two individuals doing an ad like that are have very high opinions based on some really stupid people that could change all this. And they are going to hospitals and they're going out in public and they're not wearing masks.
I mean, our building has a rule now. If you're walking around anywhere in this building, you have to have a mask on now.
Yeah. Like I was walking, I was on there's generally speaking, when I'm out doing my morning walks, there's a lot of room for me to get away from people. And when I see people, I get away from them, even though I have a mask on. I give people space. I give people space. And I was walking down one strip that's a pretty narrow sidewalk, and this woman comes around the corner and no mask, no nothing. And I stop and I'm looking at traffic because I'm going to cross the street because she's making no effort. She's just walking straight at me. And I'm like, this ain't cool. And I check and I cross the street to give her space. And I could tell she wants to say something. She's like shaking her head and laughing to herself and stuff. And I'm just like,
trying to protect you.
Yeah, this is for me because you're not smart enough to either wear a mask or to think of other people. So I have to protect you.
Considering the rate of chlamydia in this town, I can guarantee people don't know how to wear a mask.
Wow.
We have our own strain of chlamydia in Tallahassee.
Oh my goodness.
Who's got the clap? Who's got the clap?
We shouldn't have a song for it, man. Like, what the hell's happening?
Wow, guys.
I'm mistreating chlamydia.
What?
It's better than the coronavirus.
I'm sure it is.
If one of my patients somehow manages to give me chlamydia, I'm doing something very wrong.
Doing what?
I said, if one of my patients manages to give me chlamydia, I'm doing something very, very wrong.
Oh. Okay.
Do we need this one?
Predator mask. That's cool.
I need to wear that to work.
I saw in like Redbubble, they're selling like art. You could take art and put it on the mask now, and like there's some cool ones. There's like a Sub-Zero, and like I guess it depends if you want a cool mask, But I've got an N95. My sister was able to.
Where's my phone?
Give me one. So.
But
I'll take it.
So I get stuff from selling masks.
I got super excited because our t-shirt company's doing masks, and they're like, make a mask. I was like, all right. So I took my Edgar Allan Poe painting, and I put his bottom half on it. I was like, oh, it's cool. And I called it like Edgar Allan Povid, which I thought was like really cool. And a bunch of people were like, it looks like Hitler. And I was like, it's a completely different mustache. I was like, fuck that dude. He's ruined everything for the past fucking 60 years.
Paul's got the right mask on. Jesus Christ.
Bielaczyc.
Where do you make your own apparel, or do you have like I got a guy that Sam they're in Nashville actually. Sam hooked me up with them.
I thought that was a face filter. The way the light hit that.
we've gone through many companies. We don't like selling apparel because you have to carry too much stock.
Yeah.
So we just use the ones. We got one called Store Frontier that whenever we do want to do a large amount of shirts that are a good price. But man, I just upload it, and if you buy it, you buy it.
Okay.
Apparel's not worth it, and then there's too many. I'm trying to. You can ask Paul. Like Paul's got a yin yang wolf. Do you know how many people want that on a T-shirt? Do you know how many people have tried to screw us over trying to get that shit on a shirt? Because it's always
frustrating dealing with all the sizes and then carrying all the stuff.
And then when you put it on a shirt and you put it up on your apparel website, how many people buy it?
Yeah, I mean, I put one of my designs on a shirt, and I think I've sold maybe 15 of them now. I sold more when I brought it to the show. Like when
look at that cute butt. Look at that cute butt.
You do. But the thing is you do sell a lot more when you have it in person because it's an impulse buy.
Right.
But if you have 12 different designs and you have 6 different sizes for each of those designs, that's a lot of freaking like real estate of your like tiny little booth at a show that you're like.
And 6 sizes isn't enough if you want to like give stuff, sell stuff to women. Like women's and men's cuts are distinctly different.
And no matter how many sizes you have, there's going to be the person who's really loud about how you don't have their size.
Yeah, that's what at C2E2 one guy's like, you don't have a XXX? I'm like, I didn't plan for a XXX, dude.
No, I had people like, you don't have a 6X? Why don't you have a 6X? I'm like, come on, guys.
It wasn't a 6.
Yeah, it was.
So with Store Frontier, the other cool thing about Store Frontier is like the other day I wanted a shirt.
What are you doing, Todd? You look like you're about to bowl.
He's turned off his mic.
He's stretching.
He's talking, but he doesn't realize his mic.
Todd, your microphone's not on.
No, it's on. Oh yeah, he is muted.
Yes, I muted myself because I was shaking up a martini.
Why would you turn that down?
What's that?
It's such a good sound.
All right. Well, it sounds sort of like this. I'm sure it sounds way worse over the internet than it does in person.
At this point, we'll take any sounds.
Paul, I sent you a picture of me getting ready for work.
I might have to bounce out of here for a minute. Are you guys going to be on late? Or are you guys going to?
Who knows?
To say. So let me see if I can get back in here in a little bit here. I got to jump
all right.
out. But if not, it was good hanging out with you guys.
I've been holding this one for a while, huh?
So I've got a fun going back to
peace out.
Alan. We'll see you in a bit.
All right, see you, Alan. Bye.
So you guys were talking about stories earlier about Dragon Con and stuff, and this is probably one of my favorite costume stories, which was years ago. I did a photo shoot down in Atlanta.
What did you do?
I did a photo shoot down in Atlanta, and I was dressed up as a Trolloc, which is like a big furry armored monster from the Wheel of Time book series. We get to the place, and like my mask, I glued it on crooked, so I couldn't breathe through my nose. So I'm like, we drove in a car, and there was an SUV parked next to me. So I was looking in the back window of the SUV, trying to adjust my nose and like trying to get it to line up with my nostrils. All of a sudden, like about 10 minutes, and then like I get it fixed. I'm like, cool. So I start talking to all my friends, and all of a sudden this old man starts walking by, and he walks past us, and he's giving us suspicious looks. And he gets about 20 feet past us, and then he turns around and he runs back to the SUV, climbs into the driver's seat, and like backs up in a hurry. And as he's backing up, I look, and in the passenger seat is a little old lady. And they speed off. And I look at my friends, I was like, holy shit, there was a woman in that car. So that whole time I was adjusting my nose in her back window, she was sitting in the car. So a little while later, a cop car pulls up. He's like, can I help you guys? And we start telling him what's going on. And then a second cop car pulls up. And at this point, I just walk away. I was like, you can barely see me over there. Like I'm in like right above the steering wheel. You can see me wearing a helmet, like a silver helmet. Apparently, there was a 911 call.
Satanists in the woods.
Someone called 911 and reported a monster in the area. And so Cobb County Police had to come out and see what was going on because someone had reported a monster in the vicinity.
That is so precious.
Then they just started laughing and they were like, so what are you guys doing? We're like, we're doing a photo shoot for a book series that we really like. And they're like, cool, have a good day.
Okay, well, you heard about what happened with me at LuxCon this past year, right?
No.
Mike Co.
So I was dressed up as Hopper from Stranger Things when he went out on the date where he
got stood up.
He had the shirt, the crazy shirt, and the
bottle of Chianti.
So I stopped shaving and I had the Chianti bottle. I had my blazer.
Mustache.
I had the shirt and the mustache, and I had the correct watch, and I was going around with people that I knew. I was like, "Have you seen Mike?"
He just gave up on a cup. He's just drinking straight out of a big cup.
I was like, "Have you seen Mike? I'm going to kill him." It's like, and I was doing all these funny things. I was on the Magic the Gathering, live cast that Seth.
This was at Showcase.
That Seth Plansky does and stuff, and I was in character, hanging out with people that I know, doing the whole Stranger Things thing, and and I had been doing this for like an hour and a half, and
I look up and I see security trailing my husband.
No,
I see security and they look like they're trailing something, and since I'm kind of on the board, I'm like, I should really go see what's going on in case I need to tell Jeannie and Patrick. Looks like something bad might be going on at the con that maybe I should make sure they know about. Wait, they're following Chris,
and they zero in on me. And because I even noticed them too, because I'm keeping an eye out for what's going on and stuff, and I'm watching the thing, and they zero in on me, and they're like,
but they know him.
Hey, and they come up to me and they're like, sir, and I turn around and then they recognize me, and they're like, you're in costume. I'm like, yep. You're that guy from Stranger Things. I'm like, yep. So we've had some complaints that there's someone making death threats to someone
named Mike.
Someone named Mike no, actually, they said there was an angry white man making death threats, and I'm like, well, that is something to be concerned about in this day and age, and I appreciate you being concerned, but as you can tell, I'm in a costume, and it totally that was the end of my night. I was like, now the whole night's now things are over.
I am the angry white man making people feel threatened.
Angry white man making people feel threatened, and I'll also be like, who didn't know me that stepped into a conversation I was having with my friends and then called security? It's like,
because the Lexicon, the Showcase has maybe 20 people show up all night that don't know what's going on, that just walk in. From the restaurant
it's like literally, it's everybody knows everybody, and and it's just kind of like, Who
didn't realize this was a costume?
Yeah, who obviously thought? I mean, who thought that this obviously a costume wasn't a costume?
I was dressed up as Bobby the lifeguard. It was fun. I just went around hitting on everybody's wife all night.
Wait, LuxCon has costumes now?
Yeah, on Saturdays.
On Saturday nights, it's the Halloween night.
What?
Yeah, it got really close to Halloween one year, and people were like, hey, can we do this? And
really
it's kind of slowly fizzling out, but for the last few years, it's been a costume night on Saturday.
Yeah, so the first Friday night of the showcase, it's straight showcase, and then Saturday night of the showcase, it's costume night at the showcase. So,
and we've had some Wonder Woman
flash mob.
Lauren posted one year, Asha and I are having a Wonder Woman flash mob, and I was like, first I've heard about it, but sounds good. And we had a picture, a whole bunch of people showed up in Wonder Woman-y stuff, T-shirts, pajamas, costumes. It was fun. Yeah. That was on Friday night.
So Skittles, the magical unicorn, usually shows up on Friday, and then
I thought it was Sunday.
No, it was Friday.
Skittles, the unicorn. Just morning.
John, you have two things open.
What?
Exactly.
You're watching our thing as you're doing the thing.
No, the sound is off.
Now you're good.
It's
Ignore him,
else.
Todd. You're doing fine.
It was somebody else. It wasn't me.
I didn't do it.
Not me.
Oh. Where were we?
Skittles,
the magical unicorn.
Oh, yeah. I was watching a Futurama episode this morning where Fry is abandoned on the planet of Lur, the ruler of
Omicron Persei 8.
Yes, thank you. God damn it. Why I don't know that. Anyway, he's eating like in E.T. It's T the Terrestrial is the episode. Anyway, he follows the trails of what looks like Skittles and he's eating them and going yum. And it turns out they are the poops of the child of Lur. Feces pieces. Feces.
Good.
Yum, yum, yum.
What was the potty stool?
The squatty potty.
Oh my God, it makes me think of the old squatty potty commercial. Where he's pooping the soft serve onto the cone.
Man, you better not trash talk a squatty potty. They're the best. I love my squatty potty.
Do you have the plastic one or the wood one?
I have the plastic one and I have a bidet, and my bathroom is like it's straight from Mount Olympus.
I used to have the plastic one, but I just got tired of cleaning cat fur off of it.
God, you can laugh all you want. You'll use a bidet I would say you'll use a bidet once, but that's not true. The first time you use a bidet, this is the look you have. You're like, the second time you use a bidet.
No, except for our Uncle Denny, because he didn't understand what the dial was next to Paul's toilet, so he turned it on and it squirted him.
He's like, man, the toilet's filling up really slow. Oh, the water pressure's turned down, and he turned the dial and just sprayed him.
I had my first experience with a bidet was in Japan, one of the Magic the Gathering tournament trip thingies, and it was a very westernized hotel in Tokyo. It appealed to Western, but the toilet had a built-in bidet.
It appealed to Western butt. You could have just stopped the sentence there.
Well, no, in other places in Japan, if you needed to poop, there was a trench in the floor.
Yeah.
It was that primitive.
That's Chris's terror about traveling. He's like, I just need a toilet.
So a toilet that would also squirt your butt clean was pretty civilized compared to some places.
Do they still have many of those as far as like the openings in the floor as opposed to just toilets? I thought they had gotten kind of hooked on the whole toilets and
it's mixed.
Really?
The further away you get from the high density population centers, the more likely you are to encounter a trench in the floor. It's got water, but you know, everybody's pooping into the same stream. That's really gross.
Yeah.
Not like it's the Ganges or anything, but
got to work on your aim, I guess.
And yes, for all you viewers out there, when we have an artist night at the bar, no matter where we're at, it always ends with poop.
Poop.
Poop, 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 poop.
You don't know where it's going to go. Hey, I got something to share if you want to share screens.
Oh, God. After this conversation, I'm terrified of what we're about to see.
No, this is
this really great drawing of Dritz taking a poop.
This is a cover. This is a book cover I just turned in, and I have permission to share it. So I'm going to hit the share screen button, and then come on, and then I'll tell you what it is.
Oh, what are you eating with your fingers?
Some gourmet cheese spread.
We know you have crackers.
I've reached the point in the container where the crackers can't scoop it, so I'm using my finger, and then don't judge me.
What just happened?
Judge. Oh, there we go. Oh,
wait.
It's meta.
I'm getting deep here, sharing the video of the video.
On my other monitor, I had a piece of work dialed up.
Wow, that's nice.
All right.
Woo!
That's what should have appeared. As soon as I hit share screen, it went away.
Wow.
Oh my God. All right. So this is a cover for Baen Books by a new author. It's his debut novel. It's called Blood and Whispers. And it's kind of weirdly appropriate because we're in quarantine, but I had to have a model for this character. But it turns out that the hero is sort of a middle-aged-ish wizard. So I sort of fit the description well enough that I could reliably use me as my model.
Oh yeah.
And so he's a wizard, which is why I gave him a black shirt and with stars on it. But he has this curio shop that is filled with various weird things.
Can I see the little bluish green thing a little closer?
What little bluish?
Just to the left of him. What is that?
That's kind of the fun that I had with this painting was that the character owns a magic store.
I want one of those.
Filled with various curios. And so I've got a house full of cool curio kind of shit that Rita and I have collected over the years. That green guy is actually a wood carving sort of interpreted out of the shapes of a stump.
Oh.
I just turned him green because I needed something cool colored right there.
Yeah.
But like
that's great.
This brazier.
This bra over here.
This brazier on the floor is this incense burner that, or kettle that we got at a street show in New York one year. It's like 8 inches across. I just made it huge.
And you have a jackalope?
Yep. I got that at a restaurant in Winter Park, Colorado called the Jackalope. They had them all over the walls and they were all for sale. So I had to have one.
Oh, yeah, totally.
So the 3 monkeys here are some stone pieces we got from an importer here in Tacoma who brings stuff from China all the time.
And is that a skull wearing a helmet in the top left?
It is. That is. I don't know if you can see it in the camera shot. Not quite. I'd have to tilt the screen, I think. Oh, the other way.
I feel like that came up the night that everybody was pulling out their swords during.
Yeah, it did. That's Rigdar's helmet.
Okay.
That sounds so wrong.
Skull in it. Yeah.
Everybody whip out your sword.
Yeah, I didn't whip out a sword, did I? Oh, well.
Yeah, you pulled out one hell of a sword. But
my favorite thing is that octopus up there, which is just about right for scale with the figure.
Mm-hmm.
It's when we were doing the San Diego Comic-Con, the guy in the booth right next to us imported all this cool shit that we already collected. And a lot of it was carvings made in Bali. And we became friends with him over a few years. And finally, we went out to his warehouse near San Diego one year to see the stuff that he didn't bring to the Comic-Con because it was too big or too fragile or whatever. And among them were these octopuses carved out of the root balls of trees that had fallen in Indonesia somewhere.
Oh, wow.
And so the growth of the roots dictated the tentacles. Just the coolest fucking thing I'd ever seen, honestly, to look at nature and like turn a tree trunk into an octopus. That's just super cool. So Rita got me that for Christmas one year. It turned out the guy that owned that place in San Diego has relatives up here in Washington. And so he would come up here once a year to visit relatives. And he brought the octopus up so that Rita could surprise me with it on Christmas.
Oh, nice.
So that's a legit real thing. And it's like one of my favoriteest things as things go. So
I like just a little bitty elephant.
That's a lamp.
That came from things online, kind of combined.
That one elephant.
I don't own the shrunken heads, but like this figure, I can never remember his name because I don't speak Chinese or Korean or Japanese very well, and he exists in all three cultures. He's a god of I forget what. But my first trip to Japan on the southernmost island, I can't think of the name of the island. I'm so bad with names anyway, let alone foreign languages. Anyway, it was Matsuhama was the city, and it's across the bay from either Hiroshima or Nagasaki. I think Hiroshima. And there's a castle there, but there was a convention, and it was very rural and not what you think about of Japan when you think of like cityscape from horizon to horizon, which would be Tokyo or Kyoto. It's almost freaky how pervasive city is up there. It's more country, and Matsuhama almost literally means ubiquitous tree. It's the pine tree. It's the tree that's everywhere. And Matsuhama is the ubiquitous tree. But anyway, I felt confident enough to just go shopping one day on my own with just a pad of paper and some Japanese money from the convention, from the magic event. Wandered into this little shop, and by various means of drawing little pictures and stuff, figured out that this row of wood carvings on the top shelf were gods and goddesses, and I liked this particular one very well and took it home with me. So that's
nice.
That's a memoir of my first trip to Japan.
There's always this tendency when you travel to make sure that the things that you buy will fit in your suitcase. Did you have it shipped back?
No, I stuck it in my suitcase.
Really?
Well,
I would say that there's like things that I'm like, that's substantial enough. I'd rather get something that's kind of got some volume to it and get something cool. But then there's always the like, shit, how am I going to get this back to my house?
Well, that's close to life size compared to the guys sitting next to it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, a big suitcase.
Not quite that big, but it's big. And so I had to pack it in clothes. But I'd also gotten rid of a bunch of prints and originals.
Yeah.
So that was fun. And then these three monkeys are these stone statues that we got from an importer here in Tacoma of the three monkeys. And it's kind of one of my favorite moments in this painting because you look at the third guy and what's he looking at? It's a shrunken head, and he looks a little horrified.
Like, I don't want to be that guy.
It's like, oh shit, what do I have to look at forever?
Why'd they have to hang this here?
So that just kind of amuses me. Oh. Anyway, there you go.
Then a gorgeous Todd Lockwood dragon in the foreground.
Yeah, that's actually metaphorical to situations in the book which could not be interpreted literally without being spoilers, and so it's a metaphorical representation of what's going on.
Yeah, that's a gorgeous piece, dude.
Thank you. It's as much fun as I've had in a while.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Well, it definitely looks like you had fun with this.
I was interpreting the painting over the desk as a window for a minute.
Oh, nope, it's a painting.
Is that based on anything?
No, it's based on the fact that I needed a diagonal shape to point to my lead.
It has a definite feel for a very definite. It has like 19th century British landscape.
I put together a reference pane of Hudson River Valley paintings.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of what I wanted to evoke.
Yeah. Spot on, dude. Spot on. It just really feels good.
Yeah. I was looking at that one, thinking about that something like that one in the middle or the top right. For sure.
Yeah, top or bottom right.
I went looking for Hudson River stuff. Are you all on the Wandering Universe Facebook page?
No, but I'm going to be in a minute.
It's
Roving
an art page. I might have to send you invitations. I'm not sure. I don't remember if it's that way or not. But when I found these, they knocked me so out of my chair that I had to share them there. And they've gotten a huge response. They're just fucking beautiful. I named Moran. Spelled exactly like that dumb redneck who tried to spell moron and spelled it wrong. Moran. Yeah.
Get a brain, Moran.
Moran. Yeah.
Yeah, send me an invite to that. I'm always looking. It's funny, people at work, if I happen to be at lunch with them, they're like, your Facebook feed looks nothing like mine, because mine's all like art and my friends doing cool stuff, and theirs is all, I don't know, like hardcore political creepy stuff and people posting baby pictures. I'm like, yeah, I don't have a lot of that on there. The only baby I see on there is Alan Panicals, and that's because she's got great RBF.
All right. So I don't have to share screen anymore. That's what I just turned in. You know what? Given the limited size of this audience, actually, and
what's about to happen?
Going on? Oh, I'm just I'm going back to source here. Share something else that I'm working on for Grim Oak Press. Let's do it this way. I think this should work. There we go. This is underpainting. This is just the very first layer of color for this painting, but it's a reprinting of Dragonflight by Anne McCaffrey.
No way! Really?
From Press. So
the Dragons of Pern.
Pern, that's right. Pern. So
that was probably one of the first fantasy series I read entirely myself. My dad actually used to read me fantasy and sci-fi novels as bedtime stories, and I didn't realize till I reread some of them that he would edit out, kind of skip over if they had adult portions. He would just kind of skip over those. But he used to read me all kinds of stuff. But the Dragons of Pern was one of the first series I think that I remember reading the whole thing on my own.
That's cool.
Like maybe when I was like 8 or 9.
I've never read them.
The Roving Universe.
Do what?
I've never read them.
Really?
No, but Michael Whalen's covers for those books made me a Michael Whalen and Dragon fan.
Oh yeah, I read the first book because of that cover.
It was the White Dragon that totally changed my trajectory.
I feel like I maybe should rebuy those and just read them again. I got to a point where I was kind of purging a lot of just stuff, and I got rid of. I kept my Prince Caspian because I specifically just was like, I really remember Dad reading those to me, but I didn't keep my Anne McCaffrey. And occasionally we have those boxes around town that are like little library boxes where people can go get free books.
Yeah.
So now I have a tendency when I read books and I finish them, unless I know I'm going to read them again, to just give them away. But I might have to get the Anne McCaffrey, partially because I kind of like the idea of putting them in that box and somebody else discovering them.
Yeah, totally.
So, Todd, you want to know something funny? I own that White Dragon book, and I didn't read it because I didn't like that dragon so much. I was like, that is not what a dragon looks like. And then years later, when I saw your dragons, I was like, that's what dragons look like. But, definitely, I love Whalen's stuff, but it's just funny that changed your trajectory, that then put it in my wheelhouse, that made me go, oh, wait, no, this is how I want dragons to be.
Well, you know what it was? It was that that White Dragon cover, that was the first dragon that looked like the artist paid attention to biology, that he wasn't just pulling a lizard out of his ass and sticking wings into it like a cocktail umbrella. This looked like this looked like a creature that could actually live, and that's why it made an impact on me.
You probably don't remember. First time I met you was probably 2003 or 2004. We were at San Diego Comic-Con, and you had a booth over in Artist Alley, and you had a piece that was a anatomical diagram of a dragon. And this was before I even went to, this was way before I went to nursing school, but I still loved anatomy.
2009.
Oh, was it when we went back?
Because
2003 would be way before my time.
Yeah,
okay.
It was when Moon Kim was your assistant.
That's right.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Moon.
It was
and he introduced me to you, and we talked about that anatomical dragon piece. And I was just like looking at like, oh yeah, and that's where the pectoralis would attach to the wings. And I was just really kind of had a little crush on that piece, and just the fact that somebody had taken apart that's the one. And I was just so into that, and I was looking at what you had made attached to everything, and we talked about it. And I think that was the first time I ever talked to you. And then I didn't talk to you. We didn't cross paths again, probably for.
Did you say that there was a spelling error in this originally?
Yeah, you're ringing a dim and distant bell. If that ring, I think you might be right. I might have had like a double R or a single R.
Early on, there wasn't. Originally, there was a spelling error.
Yeah, a long time ago. It's fixed here, I'm sure.
Cool.
That's funny that you remember that, because I had forgotten.
Do you still have those prints available?
Oh yeah, on my website. I have been dying to do the dragon skeleton
anatomy
to go with this for the longest time.
Well, get off your butt and do it, Todd.
No, because I'm so lazy and I have so much free time. What's the matter with me?
Oh, come on.
I figured out that you have to have a shoulder blade for the front legs and you have to have a shoulder blade for the wings, but they have to interact. They're not separate elements.
Well, that's why you have. What is this here? Is this the?
I can't see where you're pointing.
I know I can't see what number it is because it's so little. Sorry, I'm leaning way into the microphone.
Are you somewhere? Wait. Are you somewhere in this vicinity?
Slightly up and to the right.
Up here?
Yeah, that little gorgeous triangular angle going up from the front shoulder to the back shoulder. It's like a second trapezius or something.
Basically, right here is the deltoid for the wing, the frontal lobe of the deltoid for the wing.
But what happens is there not a deltoid for the leg, or is that what that?
Here's the deltoid for the front leg. These in this vicinity.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you've got is a scapula here, somewhere up here, and this is what I've been planning to do ever since I drew this. Is on the skeletal chart up in this area where it's all kind of redundant anyway, I would put an inset of how the two scapula are interconnected.
Just so it overlaps up there where there are all those long bones?
Yeah, because this doesn't look any different on a skeletal chart than it looks here. So this is dead air I can fill with a detail shot. The front scapula for the legs and the scapula for the wings, which are connected by muscle, so that the whole front leg arrangement is a redundant part of the power system for the wings in total.
I just want to buy the sketch for that cutaway.
Well, yeah. See, I'm a biology nerd, so I like to figure this shit out.
Yeah, I've always been, even back when I was an art major, I was a little bit of an anatomy nerd. Most of my art had anatomy stuff all through it, which I guess it made sense that I ended up switching gears.
And Chris too, your critters look believable because you're drawing on real world anatomy to make it convincing.
Thank you.
Hello. I mean, that's kind of the trick, right? Mother
Oh,
Nature.
yeah, well, Lars Grant West always said that you need to have 90% truth and 10% lie, and once you have that, you can sell anything.
Yeah, totally.
Nature usually does it better than you can make.
Oh
it
yeah,
anyway.
nature does a better job than we'll ever do.
Nature solved all those problems already.
You just take the bits and like change the proportions a little bit, and it just makes it into a new creature, and then you've got something.
All you have to do is you look at the anatomy of, say, our hand versus a gorilla versus a tiger
versus a bat.
It's all the same stuff. It's just the
same number of bones, same number of muscles.
They're exactly the same. They're just like, and once you learn those rules about like what does it take to make something work, you then begin to abstract, and it's that abstraction is where you have, the creativity, but it's,
and once you look at all the variations of these bones arranged over a bunch of different creatures,
or a horse.
Yeah.
A horse is just this. I'm going to walk around
on 2 toes.
I'm going to walk on 1 toe. Yeah. I learned something that I did not know about cats working on the painting that I was sharing, because I was looking for a reference of a cat sitting in that classic cat pose, because I wanted the dragon to kind of have that pose.
Oh, right.
And I thought, you know what? I'll look at the hairless cats, because I want to see the muscle, not the fur, to the extent that I can. And I was kind of horrified and fascinated to discover that when a cat sits in that sort of upright pose, their knees tuck up inside their belly skin.
Really?
Their knees are not outside of their torso the way a dog or a horse or a human would be, that they just kind of slide up into the belly skin, which makes a sick kind of sense, because then you're putting all the warmth together, huddled into the same fur enclosure. But
have you ever seen the video where the guy goes up to his Sphinx cat and like tickles down near its tail, and you watch the muscles contract as it gets kind of tickled, and all the skin pulls up and kind of an upside down U up its back? It's so fascinating. I could watch that video. If I find it, I'll have to send it to you, because it's just like I could watch videos of Sphinx cats for probably an hour.
Well, and also how webbed
we're boring, Paul.
How webbed their paws are. You never think about how much connective skin tissue there is between their digits.
Their beans.
Yeah.
Why did you send me down this rabbit hole, Todd? Look at what you've made me look at.
I know, right? I'm trying to share.
Get in my belly.
My screen again, and something is not working right, I think. You should be looking at a picture of a Sphinx cat sitting with its knees tucked up into its belly skin. You're not seeing it. Right?
Did you bring it up?
Yeah, well, I thought I was sharing it. Let me try again. Share screen. All right.
I can't find it.
Here we go.
He's calling the cat in.
There you go.
Yeah, please don't start painting your dragons this way, Todd. Please.
Oh, that would be so cool, though. I've often said if our cats had wings, we'd be in such trouble. Especially our youngest.
Look at the skin.
It's just like the back legs have vanished.
Here's the heel. Here's the butt. Where's the knee? The knee is inside.
Or right there, maybe down towards the tail where this wrinkle start.
The knee is right here. Do you see my cursor?
You sure? I feel like it's down towards the tip of the tail.
No, I'm looking at a lot of pictures here.
No. Knee is in this vicinity right here.
Now, I think it probably also depends on the age of the cat.
Yeah.
When they get the belly punch. Well,
they have that primordial
bulge.
Because like here's a younger cat where you can obviously see the knee.
Why are we seeing furniture?
Yeah, because this is all the different
reference
I threw into this folder because I'd already.
Wait, was that a picture of you sitting at a chair?
So here's a dog sitting with his knees up. All right. So this gives you a sense of the proportion of it. There's his knee right there. Right.
So then the cat skin just goes over that.
The cat skin just kind of goes over that.
That is so weird.
Is that fucking weird or what? Cats are aliens from another goddamn planet.
Look at the light going through those ears. That's gorgeous.
Oh, go back to that last one. Yeah, that one very clearly shows its knees are not where they're supposed to be.
Exactly. It's kind of freaky.
Or
if you look at cats and dogs, cats have that belly skin hanging down. If it's a fat cat, you can't really see it. But if you have a healthy, lean cat, they still have that belly skin that hangs down in swathes under their.
I had a cat that had gotten heavy, and then we put him on basically kind of like a Kitty Atkins diet, low carbohydrate food diet, because he started to develop some early stage diabetes. And so he lost some weight under, so that skin on his belly was really exaggerated. And he'd also had a big tumor removed, so he had a seam down the middle. So it was like two pieces. So he looked like he had weird udders that kind of waved back and forth when he ran. And he was the most dignified, amazing cat. But man, when he ran as an elderly cat, it was like, oh, buddy, your udders are just flat.
Josie was in the bushes just outside.
That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
Probably locked in the laundry room again. We have a younger cat that his new thing is he's figured out how to open drawers. And he's really bad about following. Like if you get stuff out of a closet or out of the laundry room, he'll follow you, and he keeps getting closed in places. I found him in the laundry room this morning. He'd only been in there like 30 minutes, but I'm just like, you're going to get. It's not bad right now because there's always somebody at the house. But one of these days when we start leaving the house again, he's going to get locked in somewhere for 4 hours and be an unhappy camper. But he's trying to figure out where he is just because. How long have I been in this shirt?
Yeah, he was in the clothes closet.
Yep, not surprised.
Mike's checking his email.
You sent me down a rabbit hole looking at naked cats.
Nothing like a hairless cat.
I've got a friend. Actually, he designed my first art book, Sean Glenn, who owns a hairless cat. And he's always sending me pictures of his cat because they're just so surreal. They're weird. Somebody's
Doesn't Lauren Panapinto have one? I feel like she has one of those little naked kitties.
Yeah, because she has to.
Just like they're really, unfortunately, fairly high maintenance. Like you have to bathe them, and you have to. There's some sort of ointment. I don't know if it's ears or some sort of eye.
You have to keep their skin oiled.
I don't know. Apparently, they're fairly involved care.
And you need to put a little like sweater on them, and you take photos of them and post them on Instagram, and you get lots of followers, and then you get a TV show. And
Paul looks like he's about to tap out.
Man,
I'm answering a text. I'm sorry.
You guys,
I'm an hour. We're an hour ahead.
We always just find our cats under dumpsters and in bushes.
You're a couple hours ahead of me. You guys are.
We're East Coast. They're Central.
Yeah,
It's almost midnight.
I'm left coast. Oh,
Yeah.
you guys are East
It's only 9 o'clock where Todd is.
Not even.
Yeah.
Not even. Yeah.
I'm night shift. I don't care.
Yeah, it's almost midnight here.
See the painting that I finished up today. Only Chris has been the only one that's seen it.
Wait, where?
Let me see.
No, I showed you. It's that,
wait.
It's that badass piece.
You're
I'm
gonna
trying to
share
remember what it
screen?
was. I had just woken up and I was still drinking coffee. Let's see it. Whip it out.
Whip it out, big boy.
You gonna share screen there?
I did share it. Paul has to okay it.
I gotta click the button.
There we go. Oh, that's
Right. That's gorgeous.
that looks
I
like
really like that.
something out of H.P. Lovecraft.
It's for an adventure I wrote that's a haunted house adventure.
Here's my only nitpick, Michael.
All right.
Here it comes.
All the windows are the same brightness.
Yeah. Yeah, I played around with that, and I can't find a happy medium.
Important one, and make it brightest. And
Okay.
then give us a serious gradation. You could break it up if you want. Some rooms could be a little brighter than others, but that's too uniform.
Hey, that one on the side in the middle definitely isn't bright because the shit that's in that room is not happy.
Basically, though,
Wait, is there a little creature down 2 windows to the left of the door?
Little hellhound in there.
I
And
love
It's a kitty.
the color.
And then
Hey, wait,
guy up in the little tower.
we didn't go into that room. I'm glad we didn't go into that room. It has hellhounds.
The blood moon is cool.
Nah, I'd be in there petting a pet. That's a what you don't know is that's a hairless hell kitty. And Todd and I are in there. I'm petting it, and Todd's taking pictures of where its knees are.
Oh, I like it, Mike. You could push the diagonal on those clouds really hard too, because with the perspective on your building, you're already looking up, so you've expanded your perspective to 3D frog's eye, bent perspective, curvilinear perspective. You could push that sky, those diagonals really hard. Just imagine you're looking up at that moon.
All right.
That's a really strong start. I like it. I said start. You called it finished piece. I'm sorry. It's a really good piece. But it's a really strong piece. That's my response. Just those 2 nitpicks.
All right. Yeah, I knew the windows were. I mean, they were very much the same, and I went in and started doing it today, and I was like, "Oh, I like all these chandeliers."
Well, the ones with the chandeliers are definitely brighter, so that seems like the obvious place to have the lightest area.
Right? Yeah, I know. I didn't go down my Todd questionnaire, which the first one is, "Who's your star?"
Right.
And then every section has to have its own star, and I know this.
Who's the star of the windows? Exactly. Who's the star of
God,
the
I'm glad I've never popped any art up here. It's just I can't handle the this is a tough crowd.
No, it's not being tough. It's that it's a science.
It is.
You know, art is really science taken to the point where you do it intuitively. I think that's a fair description. You know, like musicians and dancers and poets and whatever, authors. God, do I appreciate. And I can crank out a book a year and have such beautiful prose, and I have to fight every fucking line because I'm an amateur. But that's kind of the point, is that when you understand the nuts and bolts of it well enough that you can fake it justifiably, that's art. That's like science elevated to art. That's how I look at it anyway.
Yeah, I mean it's practice, work until it becomes muscle memory. And then you begin to riff and you begin to like play and have fun and experiment, and you begin to like, you know, there's a point where it's experience, and that's what it comes down to. And, you know, it's with everything that humans do is you have that experience and that understanding of what you're doing. And that's when it becomes, you know, metaphysical, it becomes religion, it becomes, you know, art, it becomes that thing that you've spent all this time and energy doing. That's what makes chefs and not just a cook, that makes an artist and not just, you know, a hobbyist. And what
right yeah, the difference between a chef and a cook, or a penciler and no, that's not fair. I was going to say penciler and an inker, but
Mike, I really like the piece.
skill set, so that's not fair. and colorist either. I don't know. All those people who painted Tom Kincaid's landscapes for him.
Oh God. I work in a building full of that kind of stuff.
Oh my God.
Catalog, pick out 6 pieces and it's on 4 different floors kind of thing.
I look at people who make music and I just don't understand.
I want the hospital to be full of like pieces by Mike. Can you imagine how totally different a hospital would be if it was all, illustrations from Sagaborn or something?
You don't want anyone to get that sick.
We're all good.
No, that would be. Can you imagine if you got admitted, like you've had a heart attack, and you get admitted to the hospital, you go up in your room, and that piece you just showed us is in there, like how completely different your mind space. You'd be like, I don't understand what's going on.
That's not what people need to be looking at. Flowers that look like vaginas when they're about to die.
Hot.
No, man, I want a picture that makes me work and makes me go, is that a little kitty cat? What's up in that tower? Why? What's going on? Is that a chandelier?
Is that child about to be murdered by a clown?
Yes, it is.
Is that a spider?
It doesn't matter. Panical isn't here anymore.
I know. Can you imagine Panical gets admitted to the hospital and those paintings are in the room when he gets upstairs?
What if we buy really creepy, like realistic furry fake spiders and mail them to Alan?
Why do you always go no, don't pick on him.
We have Alan's address, right?
Yeah, we have his address.
Because I will order stuff on Amazon and just keep my mouth shut and mail it to people.
Like monocles? Yeah, we know.
Those monocles were a good investment.
I'm a little disappointed. I'm a little disappointed in Elmore. I mailed him a reply to his letter he mailed me, and he never messaged back about it.
Well, you got to wait. Mail's going really slow right now. What are you doing, Todd?
Like a month ago.
I don't know, I'm just mugging.
How long is your hair now?
Too long. I was planning to get it cut right before this shit came down.
You got scissors?
Yeah. You want me to cut my hair?
Right now.
Yeah. Put a bowl on your head and start cutting it.
Cut the hair! Cut the hair!
Whoa.
Hold on.
No! This is getting real.
I need 3 more hands than I have.
Yeah,
no, I'm tired of it. It's too fucking long, but
we can do this right now.
I was growing out my hair for Jordan Con, and I got it to be the perfect length for my costume. And then now it's like, fuck it, whatever.
What was the costume?
It's Rand Althor. It's the costume I always do at Jordan Con.
Hey, I gotta say though, good thing that we had Pensacon.
Just in the nick of time.
Remember when we were at the fish house and we had a whole conversation about how COVID would completely turn off our economy and everything?
Yeah.
Well, we were drinking a work core breach.
Well, I don't think I was drinking that night. I think that was my night where I was like, no more booze.
No. That was the night that the Chris's thing funded, wasn't it?
Yeah, the book.
Not the fish house, Flounders. No, the serious discussion was after con ended, and we were, I think, is that Flounders? Is that the one that's across the street from Crab House?
Yeah, at Flounders.
Yeah, we're at Flounders.
Like, this may be the last one of these for this year. I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, Flounders got really dark, and we were like, this is, no.
And then it got worse. In real life, it got worse.
Well, during Pensacon, Emerald City was still a thing. Emerald City hadn't canceled yet.
No.
And we had that great, I don't know, we had a really great evening around that fire pit, but until they turned it off.
Had a nice big old plate of seafood nachos.
Day old seafood nachos.
Well, no, that was a couple of years
Day
ago.
old. No, they didn't. We've learned our lesson. You don't take that shit home anymore. You eat it, so you're like, is that the exact face after you've eaten 4 pounds of seafood nachos.
You're the henchman in RoboCop that gets dunked in the toxic waste. If you get that full, you're done.
Todd, the first year we did Pensacon, we went to this restaurant called the Crab House, and we ordered.
No, it's just crabs.
Is it crab? Sorry. So we go to this restaurant, and Mike and I are both like, "Oh man, seafood nachos sounds great." And so Mike placed an order for the seafood nachos, and then the woman was like, "Can I take your order?" I was like, "I like the seafood nachos too." And the woman goes, "There's enough for both of you. There's enough for all 4 of you. You guys both don't need to order that." And we're like, "No, it's good. We're both hungry." And she goes, You do not want. We're like, "Look, it's fine. It's fine." She's like, and she walked away, and she came back, and it was a plate. Like, this doesn't translate on a video.
3 pounds of nachos.
Yeah, like
there was 2 different layers of seafood and cheese.
It's like, yeah,
it's a lot.
And mango salsa.
It's just like shrimp and crab meat and
the
lettuce,
honey buns
and chips.
Don't forget the complimentary honey buns.
And then Paul thought it would be a good idea to take the leftovers and put them in his hotel refrigerator and try to eat them later.
Yeah, it was fine. I was drunk.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, look, Todd just got scared off. He's like, "Nope."
He's like, "I gotta go vomit for a little bit."
Yep. If you guys remember when we went to Crabs this year, I got a bowl of she crab soup, and that's all I ate, except for I ate one of Ash's
with
leftover.
the sherry that goes on.
Yeah,
top.
with the sherry.
That sherry it didn't need
I
sherry.
got the nachos again. What?
You and Laura split the nachos.
This was the year that I decided that chicken tendies was what I was getting pretty much everywhere. I was just like, I just want chicken tenders this year.
Yeah, because I think the first year it was all fresh and new, and we just were in it to win it. And then the next year we're like, "Oh God,
Lazy River.
We kind of messed up last year. Let's take it back." And this year we're like, "Let's go in again." Yeah.
Yeah, don't go around the lazy river with Paul because
Laura attacking me in the lazy river.
Oh, that's right. It was Laura, not Paul.
Yeah, Laura was attacking me in the lazy river. I'm like, "Mike, help!" And he's like, "You're on your own."
You married a lazy river kaiju.
That's because you guys gave her key lime pie margaritas or whatever. Yeah. This one.
Yeah.
So, hey, do you guys remember when we were at McGuire's and they put on the hockey game, and then we watched a hockey game because there was actually still hockey?
Yeah.
You know, I actually thought about that later. I was like, "Oh, Paul's got to be so sad that there's no hockey anymore."
You know, it's fine.
So what happens to your season pass?
So they're prorating our season, and either they're going to finish up the season sometime in the summer. And so it's weird, though, because they're talking about finishing up the season without fans. So if they finish the season without fans, I still don't think that they should charge me money for games I can't go to because there's no fans. So most likely they're gonna roll our whatever is remaining of our they're gonna divide the number of our amount by the number of games and roll that over into next season and essentially pay off part of our season for next year. So it's fine. It's all good.
It sounds like Todd is mixing a drink with a tape measure. Did anybody else hear that?
Yeah.
I'm pouring the melted ice water out of the shaker.
You're measuring that you need 1 3/8 inch of vodka.
It sounded like a retracting tape measure. It was really weird.
No, I am having the water, which processes the alcohol.
So I messaged earlier when Dan had to leave. I sent a message to both Chris Burdett and Joe Slucher talking to them about how they could join if they wanted to. Chris joined us. Joe, an hour later, said, "Oh, I thought your Facebook account got hacked and sent a random link that I didn't want to click. I'm sorry."
Why are you drinking out of the bowl?
Well, we're listening to Paul.
We're listening to the bowl that had ice in it, and now there's water in it.
So 30 minutes ago, Joe sent a message that said, "I'm going to sleep for now, but y'all let me know if you're going to do another one tomorrow night or anything."
We're not doing a public one tomorrow night.
Like, Joe, what the fuck do you think we do? Like, all right,
let's talk to the internet. Well, apparently you are doing that, Paul.
Well, here's the thing: if you drink every night on the internet, it's not a problem. It's just marketing.
And you can deduct it on taxes.
Yes, and you can deduct it all on taxes.
This $7 bottle of wine, totally tax deductible.
Wait,
Let's do it. Let's just go on into tomorrow.
if we're doing this as a promotional thing, is all of my booze now a write-off?
Yes, it is.
I mean, it's a business dinner.
It's a business expense. This is part of
your art.
Do what?
Todd, how do I draw a circle?
Like this.
All right.
Todd gave me a critique, and I'm going to get a bill in the morning, so it's all a write-off.
Todd, get your scissors. We're going to do haircuts when you have another drink.
Hey.
That was amazing.
I'll do it if you do it. I'm leaning the wrong way.
The best part is if I click on the YouTube live.
No, oh God, no.
It's only like half an inch. It's not.
The best part is going to be when I click on the YouTube live and I realize that no one is watching us. It's just the four of us.
It's fine.
No, there's still 13. There's still 13 people out there.
There's 4 people watching a 4-person stream. Hold on. Hold on.
We need to get together and have a private one sometime soon.
Name your sex tape.
All right. Here's to y'all. Everybody, lift your
Here's
drink.
to you.
Go Todd Lowe.
Prost.
Oh, the single ladies. Oh,
And
that's
not
right.
here on the screens. To all of you all who are still here.
Yeah.
Everybody.
To Dennis. To
Dennis, who's asleep, but not so asleep
Tequila.
that he can't type sleeping noises into the.
That's our uncle. That's an Academy Award winner right there.
Dennis?
Yeah.
What did he get it?
Yep.
What did
You
he
have
get
to
it
give
for?
us the
An Oscar
extra.
for special effects for The Abyss.
Huh. Did they really use that inhalable fluid for the Abyss like everybody claimed they did?
No,
No.
I think his face shield had it was like when the magicians pour the
Where
shit.
it's the 2 layers.
I'm ruining a magician's secret. There's
It's not a secret.
He's
They're
like,
all those fake beer mugs.
Jenny, did Ed Harris actually drink pink viscous fluid in that movie? Was it Ed Harris?
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
Okay, good.
Aliens too.
My mom's here too. Mom, Uncle Dennis didn't win an Oscar for the Academy didn't win an Oscar for Aliens. That would be his brother Robert. So,
but
wait. That's Sue's your mom?
Yes. Oh shit.
Oh my God. I have seen so many pictures of you in Halloween costumes, and I'm such a fan.
Wait, is Mom calling me out because I said shit?
So, Mike, what was the effect special you showed me last time I was there that I had seen, and you had it on? It was on
Movie
YouTube.
Magic. Movie
Yeah,
Magic.
Dennis, I gotta say that Movie Magic special, it really meant so much to me when I saw it when I was younger, because it was like everything I wanted to do with my life, and it was one of those things that really kind of affected me, and I was like in it to win it when I saw it, and I'm like, wow, that's kind of what I want to do. And it's one of the things that led me to get to LA to work in the industry and start my career. So thank you for
realizing it was...
thank you for all the work that you've done in your career, because the work's amazing and it means a lot to me. And it's really kind of crazy that through the industry and I've been able to, even though I was in LA and never saw you guys, I've met Mike and Paul, and it's come full circle. So it's really kind of cool, and it's the small world that is the industry. So thank you for all the amazing effects work you've done with your career, because I'm very familiar with it, and that affects effects magic special that highlighted your work and your brother's work that really is really awesome. So thank you. It's just really awesome.
Nominated for Batman Returns.
Notice how Paul and Mike have both vanished.
Yeah, that was weird.
Really connected to.
I heard you guys. Laura just brought. I ordered some meat online, and it came in.
What kind did you get?
It is Groenfeld Meadery. It had a sale. I got some Valkyrie's Choice, Old Wayfarer, and the Root of All Evil ginger meat.
Tonight.
You're getting a delivery at 11:11 at night?
Well, Laura brought it in for me. I guess it was on the front porch.
Okay.
Is that delivery of booze?
All right.
Mead.
Mike.
Of mead that was on sale.
Mike and Paul, tell everybody.
He's back.
Tell everybody who your aunt was.
What are you eating? Those look like Girl Scout cookies.
As if they don't already know.
Oh, Cassie, you turd.
Are those Thin Mints?
Are they frozen Thin Mints?
Yeah. You son of a bitch.
Mike, Paul, tell everybody who your aunt was.
Oh, my Uncle Denny was married to DC Fontana.
There you go.
Who wrote for Star Trek and a lot of other shows, and was our uncles and our aunts were big influences on who we ended up becoming. And yeah, Dorothy was there for my first book I published. She was there for everything I ever wrote or drew or did. She always wanted to see it and wanted to talk about it.
I love that.
And then my mom in normal Bielaczyc class comes in at this
Oh, Mom, did you not know that we could call you out on this shit?
I was messaging Mike.
Oh, man.
So that's
Nice.
one of my mother's favorite sayings, Todd. So the 2 years ago, I painted her a painting that was a bunch of birch trees so she could hang it up in her office. So when people piss her off, she could point at a bunch of birches.
Oh, sweet. I just realized my Uncle Denny is cosplaying as Bane in like 30 years.
Strawberries are very full of flavor. Pizza.
What the fuck did I just hear?
That was Bane giving a conversation about nutrition.
There's funny videos about Bane, like talking about healthful eating and stuff. There's silly videos.
Okay.
I can't figure out which side is anyway.
Oh, you're a bunch of birches because you're eating Thin Mints.
Apparently.
No, she
Did you bring it up for the
just
class?
randomly yells at us because we deserve it.
Is that
Wait.
I love your mom. Who delivers booze? Why did it?
Oh no, he's back.
Cassie wanted a kiss, and I couldn't share it with the internet.
Man, everyone knows. We have Drinky here in Nashville, so you can actually. Laura and I haven't been shopping since this whole thing started. We just get our food delivered, and I get my booze delivered.
Dude, I seriously I wish everywhere still was going to have curbside service when this is over.
I know, right? There's some things that came out of this that are kind of cool. Curbside.
Oh, yeah, it's like there's curbside handoff at ABC Liquors now. So you put in your order online, and they tell you when it's ready. You go up, you park in a certain parking spot, you open your back of your car, you let them know. You
slap your driver's license up on your window, and they throw it in your trunk.
They put it in your trunk, they close the door, and it's done. There's no interaction.
Although I did tip him last time.
There you go.
You had a mask on.
Are we doing maskies?
I don't know why it's sitting here, but it happens to be sitting here. This is the mask that.
No.
Really,
your father.
It needs a little adjusting.
Yeah.
This is what I wear when I go to Kroger now.
Is that the turtle?
Yeah, this is my
Oh,
Kroger.
look at my pajama pants. My friend Paul Cassidy made me this one.
Notice that
I'm doing it right.
It's musical notes. It's like cute.
Mine's got Wonder Woman.
So wait, so this is the crazy part. So I have this crazy ass mask.
Uh-huh.
So it's got N95 filters on it, but
what the fuck is Mike wearing?
He's just wearing a helmet and aviator.
This is my protection when I go out.
But with the mask, they said that the problem is a lot of these type of masks have exhaust valves, which defeats the whole purpose of protecting others. So
others, yeah.
I actually took a sock and cut holes and then wrapped it around the filters so that the exhaust port, which you can see right there, is now actually covered up by fabric so that when I breathe out, all of my droplets get captured. So I've gone hardcore to protect other people. So screw all those other people for not
I
wearing.
get so sick of people.
I got turtles. I got turtles.
I get
Turtles
so
are
sick
good.
people complaining about wearing something this comfortable in public. I wear a KN95 for 12 hours straight. Do you know how much, seriously, by the end of 12 hours, it feels like you're wearing a wet pair of panties on your face. It's
There's people that will pay good money for that.
It's by the time you get off work, and if you eat lunch and then burp, it is you get real selective about what you'll eat on the clock because you know you're gonna have to smell it later.
That's what she said.
I mean, now that my respirator has the cloth on it, makes it so much harder to breathe with it, but I know that I'm helping protect other people in case I get sick. So
no, that's communism.
Socialism.
Stop.
It's all of the words that the internet doesn't understand. It's all of those words.
Yeah.
I had a patient complain that, well, never mind.
No.
That it was going to make him look unfriendly, so I drew a smiley face on his for him.
Oh my God. Like Seinfeld eyebrows? Leo, why are you so angry?
Oh no, I'm mean mugging
Right here.
when I walk around with a mask. I'm scowling the entire time. I want people to know that I'm judging them for not wearing a mask.
I think it'd be funny if everybody just put little smiley faces on.
And the thing that I really like is the person without a mask who then is also walking an unleashed dog. Like, wow, why does that not surprise me?
Here you go.
The meme I saw.
I can't make it bigger.
All of you people who are going without your masks in public because God will protect you are the same people who need to carry guns into supermarkets.
Yeah, to protect themselves.
Yeah, what the fuck? Wait, is God going to protect you or not? Make up your mind.
So my favorite article I read the other day was asking, because I was like, I wear a mask when I go to like Home Depot and Kroger. So should I wear a mask when I'm out walking in my neighborhood?
No.
And the article essentially said, so you should take a mask with you. And as long as there's no one around, you don't have to wear it. But if you see someone on the street in front of you, you should put on your mask. And it was like, think about it this way. Pretend that your mouth is an asshole. Do you want other people to see your asshole? No. So if you see someone, cover up your asshole. But if you don't see anyone, you can let it hang out.
Well, have you seen the people who the example of this with people wearing underwear with the wiener hanging out? It's like,
yeah,
this makes as much sense as wearing underwear with you with your junk hanging out.
Well, no, the problem is if you do this, you're not breathing through your mouth.
You're right.
This
You're
is
not
doing the
protecting
same
anything.
job, guys.
Well, to be fair, a lot of the people who don't know how to wear masks are probably mouth breathers, so it might work.
Yeah, I've seen that today. There is a case to be made for covering your mouth when you're talking and not your nose, maybe, but just cover your nose too.
But the number of people that will walk up to people and take off their mask to talk to them is crazy.
I know. People are.
They just walk up and they go, Hey, can I? No.
No, get the fuck away
What
from
they
me.
do it at groceries. I've been in line behind somebody at the grocery store, and I'm just like standing there in my mask. Like, at least they can't see my mouth. Is like.
Don't put that mask on your face, Chris.
It's in each other's breath.
At least they have those plexiglass things at checkout at grocery stores that helps protect them somewhat. But I'm just like, I just want to like take their face to the plexiglass and go, boink. That would hurt less if you had your mask on. It wouldn't, but that's okay.
No, I'm most annoyed at the really old people in the grocery stores or at Costco or whatever. Older people without masks. What are you trying to prove?
Do they just not have them?
Death wish.
I don't know. I don't get it.
They are sacrificing themselves for the economy.
Yeah, well, good luck with that, asshole.
Just so that everyone knows, we've reached the point where Todd is talking politics now. So if you don't like it,
wait, we only just barely skipped into that territory.
How late is this going? Maybe we should switch this over to private Zoom so we can really talk smack.
This is no different.
I do work for a large medical corporation, and I should probably never mind. I should probably recuse myself.
This is no different than Todd's public Facebook wall. So, if anything, this is actually toned down.
My public wall and my personal wall are very different.
Wait, are they?
I'm already doing online, which is dubious at best, but at least it's not on my Facebook wall. Yeah.
You already worked what?
Having cocktails online.
Since when? Yep. That's an issue.
Well, then maybe I see your private wall. I hear you talk like I see your stuff on Facebook, and I'm like, Todd doesn't hold back.
No, well, that's my personal space, which you're a friend, so you see that.
You say private wall, and I'm just picturing a wall just full of wieners.
Wait, what?
and hairless cats.
That's your private wall. I don't know. No.
Maybe no.
No, there's no mistaking. I'm liberally oriented.
Oh, I am too. I like to say I'm just right of socialist, but I'm very much a socialist Democrat.
Just right of socialist sounds good. Yeah, I like that.
I like free market socialism, if that's such a. I don't know.
Well, that's not a thing. That's what we had under the New Deal through the 50s and 60s, and until.
Oh,
you mean under the Greatest Generation? Where I keep going the wrong direction.
There was a time when the free market and the socialist idea of looking out for each other coexisted, and we had.
And you taxed the crap out of the uber wealthy, and everything was fine.
Yeah.
I don't. Sue, we're glad you're not going out. We want you to be safe.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to dial that back too.
What you doing, Mike?
Repainting windows. What are you guys doing?
Oh!
Did you see my message?
Too much going on. I'll catch up with messages later on. Too many windows to repaint.
And I will love them no matter what.
How many people are still attending?
Mike, I went to hang up your painting in the bathroom.
There are 13 people watching on. There are 13 people on YouTube, and there are.
On all of YouTube?
This is weird. When I click on YouTube, it says 13 watching now, but on our stream, it says there are 6 people on YouTube and 6 people on Facebook. So there's people.
All right.
If you're watching this, say something in the chat.
I know.
Please.
Yeah.
I think you all turned it on and fell asleep, is what I think.
So what were you going to say to Mike about the
Mike,
people just drooling on their keyboards.
Mike, I went to hang your painting in the bathroom, and I realized instead of having a loop on that crazy frame that it's in, it's got this, what is that weird gnarled up, there's like a jumble of wire on the back. So I've got to figure out, I've got to find some, we reorganized all our framing stuff. So I've got to make a new loop for the back. That's the reason I even think I have a spot picked out for it. I just have to make a new loop for the back of it. About the time that I started thinking about hanging up art after I reorganized about 3 different places in the house, I started looking at art that I needed to hang up. And I was like, oh, I'm going to hang Mike's piece. What the heck is this weird little wire knot back here? Because it goes on a drywall wall, and I'm just picturing, because the spot that I want to hang, it's fairly high, and I'm just terrified at the thought of it just falling, smashing on the toilet.
It jumping off the wall.
There is no telling that painting is
awesome.
It's awesome.
From way back in the day, and who knows what I was doing back then.
Coke and heroin.
Don't make me pull it out.
Nothing but meth 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Well, I mean, the guy had tigers. You can't help yourself. I got meth and tigers.
Dudes, I need to let you go.
Yeah, I think I'm getting kind of tapped.
You're way more into the wee hours than I am, but I want to catch my wife before she goes to bed.
That's important.
You do that.
I mean,
fun.
We had a good run.
Yeah, this was great. You know, we need to keep doing this. It's nice to see people that I don't see every day. It was great to see Dan Does. It's great to see Chris and the B brothers and Laura and
oh, there it is.
Alan back.
I told you I'd come back.
Alan, right when Todd's like, peace out.
What timing?
Are you leaving?
All right, Alan, it's up to you now. You got to carry this.
Oh, great. Well, I got my pizza, so I'm going to carry it with some pizza.
Pizza.
All right.
Is that real pizza?
I was just saying I need to go hang out with my wife before she goes to bed. And
oh, yeah, you should absolutely do that. My wife already went to sleep.
Oh, which is why you get the rest of the pizza. It's like,
yeah, I mean, it's this
no pizza for the wife.
Yeah. Like, you know, I'm 3 drinks deep, man. I eat food.
All right, guys. Thanks for being together. I love you guys. It's
good talking to you, man.
Cool.
Todd, we'll figure out the next time we're going to do this, probably in 2 or 3 weeks. We'll do it again.
Absolutely.
And just remember that mask still better than wet panties.
Wait, math is better than wet panties?
I was just trying to make Alan wonder what he'd missed.
I'm sure I missed a bunch.
Yeah, well, he missed that at least.
Nah, I did my best to get back. I forgot I had to talk to my cousin about something.
All right.
We all put our masks on and you missed it.
Oh.
All right. Bye, Todd.
All right.
Later.
Night, Todd.
Take care. Stay safe.
These are the ones I've got.
Oh, you got some
Standard
classic.
N95.
Yeah,
a classic right there.
I mean, I only use that when I go like, you know, shopping and stuff. But when I'm like walking around the building, I just have like a fabric one.
Has anybody tried a KN95? They're great.
No.
Hold on, let me show you. I've got some in the drawer.
What makes it? Is it more comfortable?
Yeah.
They were the ones that used it in China, and they've been approved by the CDC. Instead of going around the back of your head, they have ear loops.
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically, it folds in half like that. So it's also nice because
Duck bill ones.
Huh?
They kind of
No,
look
no,
like
no, they're not the built ones. It just goes around. This is what I actually bought to wear at work because they can't. My face just is shaped weird, and the N95s don't fit me very well. So,
I mean, my N95 fits fine, but the glasses make it hard. It pushes the glasses up.
Yeah, that's a nice thing. My glasses, I wear protective glasses, and I rest them. They're a little bit bigger, and I just rest them on top of the thing, so I find that they pop less.
You don't have any facial hair issue with them?
Yeah. I mean, I trim the beard down, but it makes, if I wear it too long, it makes like the shape like in the beard. Like if I wear it, like we took Violet to Forest Preserve earlier, and when we just walked the trail, Nancy and I were both wearing the mask, and when it was done, you could see like the indent in my beard.
Did you put a mask on Violet?
And then she's too young. We just cover her stroller with like a rain tarp.
So it's like clear.
It's clear. Just when we like take her outside, and then when we're outside, we keep her like just away from her. Like most people here are pretty good at staying away, like keeping their distance from each other.
Yeah.
On the trail, our biggest issue was there were people like running by and stuff, and I was just like, I'm not comfortable with this shit, you know. But
like literally here, people aim right for you. They make no effort to get
Let's
out.
get out of negative town. We've been doing that for like 2 hours.
Well, I'm just saying, people like literally, if I come across someone else, they aim right for you.
A bunch of people said, "Hey,
Wait, but Chris Burdett, you're literally the person that people aim for with their car.
Oh yeah.
But the thing is, since the pandemic,
he's a big target. That's a lot of.
You know what it is, right? They hate
since
that.
the pandemic, the roads have been so much safer. I've had no problems with traffic.
It's A.
Knock on wood.
It's A, your shirt, or B, it's that dude you called out for playing Pokemon like an asshole. So he's just got your number.
Oh,
he has reported that guy so many times.
I got more people to report.
Oh man,
so many people.
He's he's going to be taking a walk at 1 o'clock. He's going to be wearing a Hawaiian shirt. You can't miss him.
I've had some people follow me now. I don't know what it's about, but literally people have been driving through the neighborhood following me while I'm walking.
It's a calculated hit, man. You should be aware of what's happening.
It's like a woman and her dude in their 50s. They were following me, creeping me through the neighborhood. So I took a greenway. And when I got to the other end of the greenway, they were there waiting. So I took photos of their license plate and took photos of them, and I'm like, I waved. And
you didn't send them to me. If they had killed you, I wouldn't have been able to report them to the police. You need to send me those pictures.
Send me the license plate.
Here's the plate numbers of the people that killed
I haven't seen my husband, and these people have been following him.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. I remember when I first moved into this neighborhood, it was Lakeview. It's a relatively safe neighborhood, but I took the train off the red line. I was walking home. Some dude, I guess he thought I looked like somebody else, and he kept yelling at me from across. I had headphones on. I saw him yelling at me from across the street, but in my head, I'm like, this is a crazy person in Chicago. I just kept walking, but he just kept following me, and he was yelling, and then I saw him cross the street. I thought, oh shit, he's coming. He's getting closer, you know? And I ran into the building I live in now, and I just literally ducked around the side, and he came barreling through, and as soon as he passed me, I was just like, why the fuck are you following me? And he was like, oh shit, I thought you were somebody else. I'm like, you shouldn't follow anybody like that. You're gonna get killed.
I probably thought you were somebody you knew.
Oh yeah, I just love that you called them out though. Just
he was mad. He was like, I thought you were somebody. I'm like, you thought I was somebody that owes you money by the looks on your face, you know. But yeah, if I see people following around all the time,
town. Man.
No, that's when you got something like, we don't all look the same.
Where was it?
It's like, why you got to be racist?
He was a Hispanic dude. Otherwise, I could have dropped the race card on him, I guess. No, there's people in this building still who I see the looks I get. I'm just like, get over it.
That's just because you're so sexy, Aaron.
That's not it.
You're jealous. I know, but it's just like,
if I lived in your building, you'd be looks like.
Girl, hey.
What happened?
You can have this elevator.
Yeah. Would you like to join me on this elevator?
I'd be like,
you and your little.
I'll be like, I'll wait for the next one. I'm good.
You and your baby and her side eye. Do what?
I said, I'll just be like, I'll wait for the next one.
I'll flirt with your wife too. I don't care.
Leave the baby with your wife. I want to ride the elevator.
My baby's got that look, man. She'll look
or your wife. I don't care.
Nance will fuck
you know me. I'll flirt with furniture. So
Nance is born and raised in Chicago, man. She will throw down. She will choke.
I'll flirt with her too. I'm not picky. I'm sure your wife is cute. I flirt with everybody. Chris knows that. It's just flirting.
He's like, yeah.
He's like,
by the way, Asha, just so you know, there's pepperoni on my pizza. I can eat pepperoni. So the first time I was hanging out with these guys at LuxCon, these guys buy pizza, and Asha's like, "Do you eat meat?" And I was like, "Excuse me?" And she's like, "Do you eat meat?" I'm like, "What? Why are you even asking me this question?" And she's like, "We got pepperoni pizza." I'm like, Yeah, I can eat meat. If you
put everybody that.
I'm like, if you put a cow in front of me, I'll kill it and eat it.
But then there was a we skipped the beat. I let there be a dead moment, and then I said, "Aren't you Muslim?" And everyone went, and I'm like, "Dude, didn't you just hear the conversation? It's a fucking joke." And I was like, and you laughed, and I'm like, "All right, I'm in with Alan now," because it's just like
that's the problem, right? That's the problem. I let the casual racism slide, and then it just becomes a thing with my friends. But I also understand with my friends, like, you know, I don't take them so serious. I have friends who'd say, will crack jokes like that with me, and I'm just like, whatever, man, it's fine. I know you. I know you're not racist, right?
You gotta understand, like, my Christmas party, I usually have vegetarian, vegan, gluten-free. Like, I have all these options, and I just assume when I'm planning a big group get-together, like at a con, like, part of the reason I make a huge group reservation for PF Chang's is because everybody in pretty much every like food limitation category can find something to eat. It's not like PF Chang's is the most stellar place on. I mean, I like PF Chang's, but
you're fine. I'm just giving you a hard time. Calm down.
Yeah. Shut up!
No, I just loved. I just
thought it was funny because you were like, "Do you eat meat?" And I was just like, "What?"
Well, the group gasp that I got from my comment was amazing. And I'm like,
yeah, you guys got some comments where I'm like, what should I say right now? Do I escalate this and make them look bad, or I just laugh and walk away?
No, it's just because, you know, it's just like literally because everyone else stepped in and like, dude, it's like, come on, all you people, didn't you just hear the conversation? It's just, oh, you guys
It's when you ask a simple question and it gets weird.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know if you were vegetarian.
See, I get the opposite because people offer me meat and I'm like, no, I'm vegetarian. And then people say, wow, you're thick for a vegetarian.
I didn't know you were a vegetarian.
Pescatarian. I eat fish, but
it's all the alcohol.
Yeah, it's like you're like, it's the 12 beers I just drank, yo.
Yeah,
it's like people, you do know macaroni and cheese is vegetarian, right?
Don't you know that Oreos are vegan?
That's not what I eat. I'm
Oreos
vegetarian for health stuff, not for. I mean, you know, I want animals to be taken care of too. I just have no problem eating them. It's just I care about.
I give my heart. I'm not giving. I think I try not to eat meat for. There's one like month where I think it lasted 3 weeks, and I was like, I got to eat some meat.
Yeah. So. No, I was in college, and I had a horrible partner at the time that forced me into vegetarianism, and we were doing like all this canoeing and all this stuff, and like at the end of the day, I'd be like, I'm like, I gotta go run an errand, and I would go get meat. I'm like, my body was just aching for meat, and it was just. Like I would just gorge on a hamburger and be like, go back. I'm like, oh, I feel so much better now.
I know that feeling, man. What is that like, Mike? On your above your fridge, is there like a screen that keeps changing or something?
Oh, yeah, it's showing parties over the years at my place.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, there could be some really weird pictures that pop up because it goes all the way back.
I can't see the images. I was trying to figure out if something's reflecting off there.
It's just color.
Under the little logo.
It's your logo's kind of blocking it.
Yes, so. Perfect. Good, good showing there.
But yeah,
I've had the bar and some sort of a cheap above ground pool going all the way back to art school. So there's some like shady pictures on there. And a giant swan. So like you add a bar, college, pool, giant swan. I mean, you got picture fodder for years.
I remember this. You have that swan sitting in that room, right? You showed it to us
on the other side.
I remember that.
Right across. I've gotten to sit on the giant swan. I felt so honored. Oh, kitty cat.
And that's the thing that I'm happy about is that my days in college, there wasn't cameras in all of our pockets, so there's not photo documentation of any of that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I think like when I was, I went to an art school, but my friends went to university, so I just go hang out with them at universities, and our cell phones were very basic. You know, I think like Motorola Razors at some point that had maybe a 3 megapixel camera. but taking a photo of everything was the farthest thing from your head. You know, you weren't like I remember
Well, the pictures were so bad, there wasn't much point.
It just wasn't much you wanted to do.
I took most of the pictures because I was thinking, like, my roommate.
Blackmail?
No. Like, my roommate Lonnie and I, like, we had this huge house here in Nashville. Like, it had a basement where the bar was. Aradani was down in the basement. Then we had 2 stories. I lived on the top story. He lived on the middle story. And we'd throw these crazy parties where we'd dance all night. And he's like, you know, back when we were kids, you watch 80s movies. You're like, I wish I had parties like that. He's like, we have those parties now. And I had like the foresight to think, I don't ever want to forget this craziness. And so like, I always made sure I took a lot of pictures, even though I had like a little clunky camera, you know, a little clunky digital camera.
I had disposable ones I carried around all the time. You know, remember those old Kodak ones? And I'd just be like, you take the photo and you're like, maybe I got it. You know? But when I got my first digital camera, I was like, this is like, the clunky is a good way to describe it because they were like fat, you know, like, and now they're like super thin. I mean, the camera, I've got a mirrorless SLR mirrorless camera, but the camera on my phone is just fine and better. Maybe, you know, it just locks up a lot when you're trying to take a bunch of photos. So
I haven't looked because I mean we don't have as many parties as we used to, especially now. But I kept my digital camera for a while because it like, you know, when people have those vintage cameras and they're like, oh, this is really good for taking this sort of photo. Only one camera have I ever had, and it was so good at it would, the way it did night shots is it would shoot a flash, but then it would stay open for a little bit longer. And I've tried it with
so everybody didn't get red eye.
It doesn't work. But what you would do is like you could take a picture of a party and it would get everybody like in the dance move, and then it would move a bit so all the lights would be wonky.
Yep.
So it would feel like you were at the party. And it was like the best camera I've ever had for capturing like the moment and the sort of the energy of the moment.
Yeah.
And so I still got it in my basement. You know, I don't pull it out anymore to take pictures. Now I'm bad because I'm like, oh man, we're all like, you know, 17 years older. Maybe we don't want to remember. Like we want to remember what it's like in here, and not.
Yeah.
You look at it and it's like, that's so awkward.
Yeah, I mean, because I have summer camp out here, and Lorraine's here, and she loves taking pictures. And like some of my cool bathing suit moments are not as cool as I thought they were.
Have you worn the swimsuit you bought at Alvin's yet?
No, because that's reserved for summer camp.
Man.
Hopefully summer camp 2022.
Or 21.
Yeah. We're not
2021.
Oh, stop it. You should have seen this swimsuit, Alan. It's like American flag, but the front and the back are flaps that are split up the side and just kind of overlap like a wraparound skirt on both sides.
It's dead sexy.
It is. It's going to be spectacular.
Great.
There needs to be some waxing done ahead of time.
No, never. This is supposed to be, well, I guess we've now moved in. So we started summer camp and it was supposed to be 1987. And we've had enough now that this year would have been 1991. So like we're moving more into the 90s. Even my summer camp my retro summer camp parties are getting old.
I mean, my friends and I are used to just, we haven't had a big party in a long time, man. Nowadays, before all this went down, we'd always just pick a bar to go hang out at, you know, and I think that comes down to us just being lazy and not wanting to plan it at one house, you know.
There's something nice about not having a bunch of drunk people in your house.
Yeah, exactly. So we'd be like, well, you know, there's our friend owns a bar, down the street. So, you know.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah, we're just like, let's just hang out at this. And it's not the greatest bar in the world, but, you know, it's like our bar, you know.
But it's your buddy's bar and all your friends are there, so it doesn't really matter, does it?
So we just hang out. Now it's like, you know, they're still like making food, but that's where we partied. You know, we'd be there. That would be like our last stop of the night. Like no matter where we went in the city, we'd all be like. You just
said your buddy's bar is not the greatest bar.
It's not. It's just a divey, like, you know, he doesn't take care of it.
I love dive bars.
What makes that bar is us, you know, like, and my friend Sam, who now he's about to open a bar in New Orleans. he used to be we went there because he was the bartender there, and now
What is this? Where is the questionnaire? What questionnaire?
what questionnaire? What are you talking about? Oh, I forgot the live comments are still here.
That's from like over 10
Jesse Green, something.
Oh, this is old. Oh no, this is current.
Yeah, I said I mentioned if you're still watching us, say something in the chat. So Jesse said something, and Sake said something in the chat.
Sue, what are you up to tonight? Are you drinking anything? No?
Oh, where did Todd go?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, she could be having a cup of tea. I might switch to tea.
milk.
I've only had like a glass and a half of wine. I think I'm going to switch to tea. I don't know if anybody just saw. I just took an antacid because don't look at my pajama pants. I'm going to make some tea.
Those pajama pants right there.
Shut up.
I forgot that there's a live chat, so I'm like just wolfing down pizza like an asshole.
Stop.
What?
That's all right. We're passing. You're here for the passing of the Cheez-Its. We're fine. They know what class we're bringing.
Oh, I'm giving Nancy a hard time about those Cheez-Its later. We both love Cheez-Its, so they're gone like that in this house.
Oh my God. Have you ever? I went through a period where I kept buying the low-fat Cheez-Its. And then one day I accidentally picked up a box of regular Cheez-Its and I opened them and I was like, oh my God, these are so, it's like, and I went through a period where I kept buying baked potato chips and then I had some regular potato chips at work. It just, you feel like that little kid who's eating ice cream for the first time. You're just like,
Are you just pulling out all the snacks?
No, those are there to hold up the family.
Like when you're like,
too old, I wouldn't eat those at all.
Halo Top, and then you're like, why the fuck did I waste 300 calories on Halo Top?
Nice.
that stuff is,
You might as well eat regular ice cream.
you want to, this is a really weird
Pint
flavor.
of Ben and Jerry's and cry yourself to sleep with a delicious 1,200 calorie pint of ice cream.
This is super weird tasting. Hold on.
Oh yeah, that's the dairy-free one.
The Bananas Foster is very confusing.
So
It's
you're
like,
not recommending it?
okay, it's ice cream, and this container has been 2/3 full in my freezer for a while because it's just the flavor is very. It's like
Really? There's still that much in there?
yeah. It's,
Aradani was not paid for this review.
well, no, it's just weird. It's like it kind of tastes kind of like
I would've had
liquor,
some
and then
if I
it
had
kind of
known.
tastes like chocolate, and then it kind of like it was too confusing. I felt like
It doesn't go with anything.
The plot
you have to
line
eat it
was-
on your own. You
it-
can't put it with if you're having brownies, you can't put it with
the
a brownie.
script of this ice cream needed one more draft. I don't know. It was confusing. The ending was a little fuzzy.
The third act didn't work out the way we were
It's just
expecting.
confusing.
Just throw it away, man.
Wait, are
I've
you
never been
you talking
confused
about
by
poop?
ice cream before.
Huh?
Are you talking about poop?
No, ice cream.
You said the third act didn't end well.
Out here.
On the palate.
I know. In the transcript, if you search for any duty references, it always comes back to Paul like 6 or 7 times in this chat.
Chris and his best friend are notorious for making like conversations degenerating to poop.
No, that was Jen.
Well, I mean, she actually works in
Sanitation.
sanitation. She's a sewer chemist.
Then that's
guess.
okay.
Yeah. She
But
does water purity.
She
stuff.
is known for running people out of restaurants. People would leave that were around her in the restaurant.
When she and I sit down at a table at a restaurant, it's a catastrophe waiting to happen.
Where is Alan? There's
Alan, your favorite.
You disappeared for a second.
I did.
I love when you got the grub. You got the best side.
Is that a Lego set behind you?
Yeah, it's the Tron one.
And then there's Paul. What's going on?
Tron one.
And Nick's gonna blink.
On the bookshelf, the top bookshelf laying on its side, is that a Lego set? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Tron. It's on my list of things to put together.
We're getting some serious lag.
From me? Let me see.
No, you're good with us. It's probably just Florida.
Yeah.
Well, no,
welcome to Tallahassee,
mine's
guys.
fine, but Paul and Alan are gone.
Alan's just
Paul's back, but
there we
now
go.
we're gone.
I can do the robot.
Wait,
Wait,
I really.
by the way, that motion you're seeing is me dipping a tea bag.
I froze.
Oh, there's Alan. What was the Lego? We missed
Wait,
it.
we missed it.
Oh, Tron! Yay!
Yo,
So, Alan, are you coming down to Florida to go on the Tron ride when Disney finishes it? Or is it?
Yeah, but I'm not going anywhere near those giant spiders.
We're gonna pack one just for you.
Then you will not be friends anymore if you do that.
I mean, how many times have you unfriended Sean? 11 times now?
So there's a joke there because Sean has been unfriended by multiple people because he'll crack what he thinks is a joke. And then people don't think, I won't name the people that unfriended him, but
they're Sean jokes, so you have to know.
Yeah, they're like his typical like jokes and people don't get it. So they, instead of like either talking to him about it or trying to figure it out, they just fucking unfriend him like everywhere. like he said something.
Did I unfriend him randomly just to be weird?
No, I mean that. Well, you can do whatever you want, but he made a comment to one artist that I won't name him, but this individual unfriended him on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, like just straight down the board, like done with this motherfucker, you know. And I was just like, dang. So like every once in a while, when Sean cracks a joke or something, says something, I say unfriended for I think I'm on the 11th now.
Yeah, I think that's the most recent I saw.
So I think 11 times I've made that joke. So I just keep adding an extra number each time.
Yeah.
They do not need to come to the Hyatt bar.
Because that's the thing too, is because I like at Gen Con a couple years ago, I walked up to him and we were talking. I did the whole I pointed at his shirt and he looked down and I flicked his nose and he got so mad. He got
can't do jokes like that.
So mad at me. He's like, "What are you 12?" And he stormed away. He was so angry. And
yeah, that sounds like that's a Murray reaction.
Yeah, it was so delicious. His response was so delicious.
I mean, I joke with him. I call him Murphy because when he won that award for Spectrum, the award said Sean Andrew Murphy, like instead of Murray. They had to give him a new plaque.
No!
So like they gave him they fixed it like, oh man, I think it took them a year or a year and a half to like make a new plaque, and then they brought it to him while we were at San Diego. I think it was last year or the year before, I can't remember, but they bought him the piece to put on the award. And I was just like, dang, what took so long? It's just like a sticker, like. But so now when I get mad, I'll be like, "Shut up, Murphy."
On Facebook, so you can
I mean,
Facebook.
Do you know the artist Bryn Metheny?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when she got into Spectrum and they announced people, it was Brian Metheny, and she was like, "I think I got in." I was like, "Oh."
I mean, I guess there's so many names that go through there that kind of stuff happens.
Yeah, it happens. Nothing's perfect, but when it's you, when you're the person that gets, it's just kind of like, oh.
I don't know anything about having your name messed up.
Yeah,
I have people that I've literally worked with for 3 years who can't spell my name.
Well, that's last week. Do you got Kurum, right? He was at LuxCon last year with all of us.
Yeah, he's one of the volunteers.
He's one of the volunteers, and
he is the sweetest dude.
So he was last week. Art Order, John, did something with his work on it, but they tagged another artist with like a similar Instagram, I guess, and then he told him that, like, he was just like, "Hey, by the way,
that's me."
Was it you that called it out?
No. Oh. I don't think so.
Somebody called him out and said, "Hey, you got the wrong artist tagged here." And then they said something like, "Oh, he submitted it wrong." And he showed us he was not happy about it. So he showed us all the things saying,
I called out people for tagging.
Yeah, he was like, "No, I didn't submit it wrong." And it was just like, he's so nice. He just laughed it off. But I was like, make them fix that, dude. That's your name.
Yeah.
Like, that's not it. You should.
He does such, I don't want to say pretty because I feel like that's pejorative, but he does really cool work.
He's very like, I could see, he's very meticulous with his art, which I love. Because he was I met him through Scott Fisher's Smart School class.
Oh, right on. Yeah.
And all the work he would do in there, like he would just show up every week, and you'd just be like, it was so good.
Yeah. The amount I've seen his work change over the time that he's been a volunteer at IX while I've been volunteering there has just been, wow. That's,
well, you know, the dude works for NASA. Like he's super.
No.
Yeah. He's super, super smart.
Where is he at NASA? Like what city? Is he in DC?
I have no idea.
Because we have friends.
I have a friend that works with NASA in DC. That would be really funny.
Yeah.
I actually watched her baby being born.
Literally come out.
I think he lives. I don't think he lives in DC.
She wanted.
I watched my baby born. It was. I'm not going to say a wonderful experience. It was definitely different.
You're like, oh God.
Well, there was a point where the doctor's like, "Do you want to catch?" I was like, "Fuck no."
Oh, that thing looks slippery.
You need to
get like,
my
I'm
wife
already
some
here.
more painkillers.
I was just like, I'm already.
She
in the
wouldn't
mix.
even.
This is as
We
far
had
as
to talk her into taking Advil when it was over. She was like, "No, I got this."
Yeah.
You were a.
Dance was the same. She didn't ask for any of the meds because
she was letting her brain do all of the work. Yeah,
and it was fine, but it was just like, the moment where they're like, "Do you want to catch?" And I was like, "No, I don't," because I was scared I'd drop the baby. And I was like, I don't know what's going to happen to my arm.
Slimy. Well, I've caught babies; they're slimy.
You know when you go to grab a jug of milk and it's empty, and you thought it was full, and you're like, "Whoa!" You know, you could do that with a baby. You're like, I thought the baby was going to be really heavy, and you.
I was thinking more like, when you try to put the Thanksgiving turkey into a tray and it slips out of your hand.
Yeah, it's more like that.
Except with the turkey, you just be like, just throw it in the tray.
Yeah, can someone come over here and handle our turkey for us?
Yeah.
But imagine it's attached to a cord.
So
you have a limitation on how far you can go to the tray until somebody deals with that.
So just side note is that the candy Twix, Twix bar we have in the United States. Well, apparently in France, Twix means to cut. So the whole campaign of the Twix candy bar in France is cut, and they have the two bars, but one is levered, and it goes they cut
like scissors.
Like scissors. Yeah, because the shop I originally worked at, they did a French Frankenstein Twix commercial where there was Twix was working on Frankenstein. Yeah, so now we've all learned something. We've had our international.
That name just stuck, huh?
Mm.
I find it interesting that if like my friend went to Japan and there's like
lots of Kit Kat.
Kit Kats have like 12 different flavors.
Like green tea, and apparently
green tea.
It's a tradition to give Kit Kat on special occasions like graduations and birthdays and anniversaries. They've got this whole thing.
Like literally today, 2 years ago.
I understand correctly.
2 years ago on today, we were in Plevici in Croatia, and which is their big natural forest, their big natural preserve.
It's full of waterfalls. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, waterfalls and forests and all this stuff. And we ran into, I think they were.
Is Mike going to poop?
They were Korean tourists that had been in Japan, and they had a ton of green tea Kit Kats, and they were just handing them out, and they're like, "Oh, hi! You like big beefy Americans that will eat things? Have some candy." And I'm like, "Yes, I'm a big beefy American. Give me candy." And it was the green tea, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I've heard about these. I've always wanted to try one." They're like, "We'll have some more," and they gave me all these green tea Kit Kats, and I'm like, "This is very weird. I'm in Croatia getting handed Japanese candy by Korean people. I'm very confusing." It was really weird.
That's where I want to go to Japan someday.
Yeah.
2022, I guess.
If not for the events of this year, we would be in Venice right now.
Oh, that Venice is fun.
Yeah, Venice is real fun. It would have been our third time. So it's one of those things where it's like,
we were going to go with my parents, and I was really looking forward to going and showing them all the things that we
really like about Venice. But, oh, well.
I mean, do you get your money back? Or
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm still waiting on the refund for the flight from Tallahassee to Atlanta because they're like, it'll take 7 to 30 days. And I'm like, oh.
They're busy.
Okay.
Well, they're busy.
Yeah.
It's complicated.
But all of the international stuff, all of the hotels, all of that stuff's been dealt with. So it's like one of those things, and we're already planning for next year. So like literally people are dying, so it's not a big deal, but it's one of those things where it's like, oh, it would be really nice to be in Venice right now. But
well, maybe not right now.
No, not right now, but like
maybe
2019 Venice would be really awesome. But yeah.
What are you doing, Laura?
Oh, somebody asked Paul Kurt asked Paul a question. What type of mask is
What
that?
type of mask is that, Paul?
Nunya.
Nunya. That's the best answer.
It is a 3M, I think 7500.
With
It's
a
for
sock
for
on it.
painting, right?
Huh?
Hey, Paul, put a
It's for
sock
painting,
on
right?
it.
It's well, I use mine normally. So right now I only have the particulate filters on there. Normally I have the organic vapor cartridges, and I use it when I'm working with weird chemicals and stuff. So that way it blocks out the like vapors. I've done some saltwater etching, which can produce chlorine gas. So it's nice to have organic vapor.
Oh, like a green dragon. Yeah, those are bad.
What?
Green dragons breathe chlorine gas.
Oh. I know that they work really well because I was gluing together PVC pipe using PVC glue, and I glued an entire thing together and then went into my basement and was probably about 30 feet away from where I had been working outside in the backyard. And I took the respirator off, and all of a sudden I was like, oh, and I realized that like the whole time I was working, like point blank, I couldn't smell any of the chemicals. I was 30 feet away from it and took off the mask and was like, ooh, that's gross. I was like, wow, I'm glad I was wearing that mask.
Yeah, because that would have been a lot of brain cells. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot.
That would have been all 5 of them.
Yeah.
Dang.
I love you, Paul.
You know, I have the ability to ban you from this meeting, right?
I mean,
Sure.
your internet
No,
connection is
just
going to drop them soon.
Ban this side. I've been nice.
All right. Hey, so it's midnight, so I think I'm going to call it.
Yeah, I probably should call it too.
It's 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh, Laura, that was amazing acting.
I'm
Yeah,
so
way to-
good, tired.
Way to sell it.
Well, it's been fun hanging out with you guys.
All
Love
right.
you
Yeah, we had a
guys.
good. I had
This
a
was-
good
this
time
was
at the
well
bar with
timed.
everybody.
Night, Sue.
This was well timed. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
All right. Cheers. We'll do it again in a couple weeks.
Bye.
Awesome.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Now it's just the two of us.
You realize there's 3 of us, right?
Well,
The 2 windows.
2 windows.
Oh. All right, guys. Have a good one.
All right, later, dude.
Bye. Bye, everyone.